What's going on, everybody? We're live a little bit early. Stuff is happening. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Trying to listen to me, Kevin, here.
Crazy. What's Ethereum doing? Ethereum new all-time highs too.
How long do you think until shit drops?
It is just shocking to me.
Yeah,
What, Bitcoin?
right, way up.
Just crypto in general. I mean, all crypto's running. It's been running for a little, pretty well.
It's leading Bitcoin to go up.
Pretty long
What's
time.
on Taylor?
Do this. Bitcoin.
It's on Taylor. How
GD.
long it can run?
What are we at now?
What?
68.
You know today's the 10th, right?
68.6.
Oh shit!
Crazy.
It's all good.
Here.
It was close enough.
Here.
9th,
Just
10th.
pure inflation fear. And I would really expect almost
Literally half the time, I only know what day it is when I look at the option
Dude,
expiration.
I never checked the date.
if we were
I have no clue, like,
So
like what day it is or what the date is
we're
ever.
gonna hit 70,000 today. After this, that would be it.
What's Tesla got going
All I
on?
know is
Earnings last
I
night.
got
way down.
homework due on Thursday.
Yo.
Did Mara report earnings?
Okay, Neo.
They report on the 11th, don't they?
With a loss of
Mara's way up.
$9.6 million.
Oh no, they reported
Revenue
today.
Came in at 1.52 billion. They had 20.
Mara going to the moon.
439 deliveries in the third quarter. They are forecasting 1.46 to 1.57 billion in revenue in the fourth quarter.
It's puts. I say below 997.5 is flush.
I mean, it looks like it would be.
It's going to drop.
Too.
Trying to see what all the call-outs are here.
Much higher than expected. They actually.
I don't see anything good for my small account today, though.
Everything's down right now with this inflation fear.
We do have a nice little 4-hour bull flag on Amazon.
Well, go watch it.
One of these dogs just ripped one. Jesus.
When's the next time JPOW talks? I want to say our Fed meeting, but let's click here. Banks. Let me just look at the recent calendar here. Or let's see. Oh, I'd have to log in again. Darn it. Okay, fine. Yeah, I don't believe we're gonna see Jerome again until the beginning of December. But let me see. Fed FOMC meeting December 2021. When is this one? Okay. So they have a 2-day meeting December 14th and 15th. That's the next meeting. All right. It's going to be a bit. It's going to be a month. By then we'll know who Joe Biden's going to pick. I wonder if Joe Biden is letting the not transitory, the very present inflation readings right now. I wonder if Joe Biden is how he's incorporating that into his decision.
Yo.
Somebody else as chairperson of the Fed.
What's going on?
What's good?
What's up, man? I'm just, bro. This Tesla is either
weird open.
I'm gonna go with this Tesla short, very aggressive.
We'll see what happens.
If we break this 1,000 with volume, I'm either going to lose a lot of money or get very, very, very wealthy.
Just bounced off of that a little bit though.
From the watch list, this 1,000 is going to be a huge level. We're going to have to snap, and I'll just tell you right now, this is not a beginner trade or an even intermediate trade.
All right.
Like, there's a lot of risk if you're trading Tesla today, and a lot of risk, and you will get smoked if it doesn't go your way.
That is
all right.
fact.
You will lose a lot of money.
Back to what do we want to do? Let's go to Financial Times. Let's see what they're saying.
So that's my game plan with Tesla.
Coin hit 69K, yeah, and immediately bounced off.
We're gonna make a bag.
Oh, thanks for the compliment.
Oh,
Glad
me
to appreciate the
too.
video. Yeah,
Beastie.
wanna
What's
check
up,
it out.
Brando?
Haven't seen that yet.
What's good? What's good? What do you think of this Amazon?
Yeah, I mean, I have an email for
Over like I like it over the highs of
I don't
yesterday, like over like 34 or 35, 94, and then like also over 36 whole number.
So much
One
red.
hour window. That's
In
I
the
like it a
market.
lot.
I thought the deadline was 7 a.m. this morning.
So
Like these
much red.
3650 calls.
I'll pull it up again. But basically, if you pre-ordered one of their pickup trucks, they let you get an allocation of like it was up to 10,000. I'll double check right now.
Cannot believe I'm gonna miss market open.
Are you not home?
No, I've not moved. I'm just
What?
sitting here. Yeah, for real.
Walled sector. Let's look at the Rivian.
L.
Let's see here. We have
That stinks, Grizzly. I'm sorry.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Damn.
1 second. Okay. Rivian.
How far? How far are you away?
Rivian.
Uh,
Action required.
I'm at, let's see.
Oh, it is
I'm
Eastern.
at 154, and it's like,
I didn't really care.
I don't know, like 9 miles
But
to my
yeah, it
exit.
was
Fubo got
I think
wrecked.
it was you got up to $10,000 worth of shares. That was
Jesus,
that was the
Fubo
About
got
9
wrecked.
miles ago.
really get as an allocation. Yeah, at $78 a share. But it does let you buy at $78, which is kind of cool because usually these things.
Yeah, I was wondering why the audio was so nice too. Your audio sounds amazing, Grizzy.
So that's
It's
pretty
probably this 5G. I don't know.
Is Neo just getting plowed?
cool.
I bet it
What
is.
about,
It's not bad.
let's see what font.
About break
Yeah, I'm
even.
very curious. to
Still
see
gonna be down.
while we got a few more minutes until the opening here. Oh, okay, that's odd. Oh, there it is. All right,
What do you think about Spy here?
Fox
Are we coming down? We holding? What are we doing?
Can't right now.
Spy's gonna fall. This is
Can't
good.
wait.
It has to. With
Yeah, look
everything.
at that
Me?
Bitcoin bounce
Everything's
right
red.
off
I got
the
my
Anyone.
puts.
Did it hit? Yeah,
You got your puts on deck?
Yep, I got January puts.
And bounced off.
I like it.
Bitcoin here. So
What's the price?
Limit set here. Let's listen to Fox News for a second.
They're far out of the money. They're the 400 puts.
Really way down. I'm talking about stocks now, and in fact the cryptos.
But they are serving as a hedge for me.
There you go. It's on the screen now. 63.
How much you
for the Dow,
like hedge with?
90 for the
Like-
Nasdaq. That's not a huge.
These
reaction.
only bought 4 contracts.
Right.
The last time the SPY dropped and I made like over 2,500, I had like 8 of them.
Lauren, what did he say? What's he saying now?
He said, sorry, not
I might buy
sorry."
some.
Here you go.
I'm looking to add to this.
Right.
Yeah,
wait for
I'm definitely gonna buy some today. I mean, even if we don't drop as much, I do think we still. I mean, we definitely have. We're definitely coming down at least to 460, I believe.
Let's get on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking to flip my premium.
Yeah. I definitely think we should fall to 460, if not 450. Definitely believe that's where we should be.
Any thoughts about that?
So, for today, I'm mainly going to focus on Amazon and Tesla.
Okay, I'm just shocked.
Probably not
Financial news media is
the
not
best for
taking
small
the time
accounts.
talking about-
So if you're a small
No,
account,
small
I
accounts
suggest
should not
not.
trade those today.
They're gonna
Yeah.
Zero chance.
just like the vaccine and
Yeah, so if you're a small account, probably
that's the media.
chill out for the day.
All right, we have 8
If
minutes.
you were me when I was a junior in high school, you'd just go full portfolio on Tesla puts and lose all your money.
And let's look at the indices, how things are doing over here. Yikes.
No, Dash is on the list. It's going to be expensive, though.
Here it is. All right. So look at this. Dow Jones down 0.17, S&P futures down 0.34. It really seems like it's recovered a little bit, which that's good.
What do you think about Rivian today?
But the 10-year Treasury yield I'll tell you, that is one that does surprise
What do y'all think Rivian's gonna do?
Treasury yield at
Oh, I have no
1.47.
clue. What do you think it's gonna do?
It's a nice one. It's really. So let's try to put our heads into that for a moment.
Very good question.
Everything's just getting smoked pre-market.
Okay, whatever.
There's so many eyes on this Tesla, man.
Not going up.
These contracts are
It's a
insane.
little bit mind-blowing.
I'm looking everywhere. Everyone believes that it's gonna hit 960, but I'm not sold
You
on
go
it.
to the chart here, it's just not moving up.
I'm gonna look at these 990 puts
And you had the same thing when I was looking at Bloomberg.
and shorten some.
Well, I got
So
turned around.
It's not like it's just this
What?
CNBC chart.
So I finally got turned
Ten-year
around. I believe
Treasury
I tore
isn't
the
really moving up,
bottom out underneath my Mustang, but
which if you had a high inflation report, you'd think that there might be some selling of bonds.
Can y'all hear me?
lower Prices.
Oh, we
which
can hear you.
increase the yields, but you didn't get that. There's
Just go
shame.
balls deep in Tesla, 100 put
Yeah,
contracts.
0.47.
Just
Same
either
thing confirmed over here.
lose 20 grand or
It's
make
very,
100.
very odd to me.
Yikes.
I literally got them pulled up on my phone here.
Stock market.
If I hear
the
him
stock
say go,
market's
I'm gonna
reacting
go.
negatively. Bitcoin is reacting positively.
Totally kidding.
That is expected. That makes sense. But the 10-year Treasury yield not moving kind of implies.
See,
the
like, I
bond
know
market
Jadon's
is
kidding when he says that, but like,
you know that the bond market is basically looking.
when I be saying that stuff, I
hey,
really don't be
it's
kidding.
just, it's not that bad. That's almost what it feels like the bond market is saying. Gold shot up.
Oh, you're funny,
Gold
GD.
sitting at 1856.
Don't be like me.
Per ounce. That's up from 1825. So 1856 divided by 1825.
Just cheaper doesn't mean better, though.
It's a lot for gold. Gold doesn't move
That's
as
correct.
volatile as let's say Bitcoin. But yeah, 1.6.
This Tesla is my watch off the open.
Gold. Bitcoin.
I'm either gonna get
bounced off
smoked
69,000 and now it's bouncing around
or
68,368.4.
you boys gonna be
Interesting
feasting.
how much of this was potentially just trader momentum here.
SoFi
People
had
trading the news.
earnings
on
too.
Oh
Sunday.
man.
We'll see. We do have the opening bell in about 4 minutes. And relatively
I'll watch
similar
some
kind of
Amazon
reporting
today,
that we've
too.
seen over here and some of the stocks. Taking a look at Tesla for a
It's
moment.
not a beginner friendly day, ladies and gentlemen.
Not quite. It's
Nope.
at 10:05.
No, this is not looking like a set good day, in my opinion.
Bond dip buying a thing.
Amazon's
I-
fucking expensive too.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah.
suppose if prices fell.
If I trade, it's gonna be probably,
Oh, trade desk did just tank.
Yeah, I talked about
at least 30
Wow.
minutes in the open.
you can scroll back and listen to that part. Kevin, I bought my first house. Thank you so much. Oh, congratulations. Pembroke Pines, Florida. I used to live in Davie. So that's awesome. Good for you. Congratulations. 5 minutes to start buying the dip.
Let's get ready, y'all.
Let's see here. Inflation will normalize after, once these things say, yeah, that's what we keep hearing.
What puts are you looking at for Tesla?
Could the 10-year treasuries be a warning for the stock market? I mean, they haven't moved.
There we go.
I don't know how they could be a warning for the stock market.
I like the 970 puts.
Inflation numbers were horrible.
My man gonna trade in traffic. I love it.
2-year, it's moving. 10-year seems to assume.
Yeah,
That's not safe.
Okay.
Don't trade and drive.
2-year.
Yeah, don't trade and drive. I do not recommend this.
Good old
Don't
10-year.
recommend, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
I can't trade in the first place. Driving.
So the 2-year on the day chart.
This is a 5-speed too. So.
Yeah. See, this one went from 0.45 right at the time of the report.
Trade smart and trade safe. There will always be more setups, y'all.
That's what I would expect.
You can pick your dash contracts. It could be 230, 235. I don't even know if they do the 232.5s. It's really up to you. It's what your account can afford.
5-year chart on the day. Sorry, I know you can't see the chart, but yeah, 5-year chart on
They're
the
trying to
chart
hold
as
this
well,
Tesla up.
from about 1.1.
We could very well hold above 1,000. That's why the risk on this is so high.
1.15
Yeah.
Like,
to about 1.
Like people, if you're not careful, and people don't have money to lose, this is not the trade to take.
Okay, so Tesla now down about 1.22%. It does feel like almost the market's slightly recovering after that crazy inflation report. You can see this is the fall we had when we had the inflation report. Here is the
Lucid got
jump,
smoked pre-market.
that were sort of the recovery that we've had, but those inflationary numbers were something else. I mean, much higher than expected. We're expecting 5.8%. And if you hop on over here to the headline for CPI, instead of getting 5.8%,
Guys,
we got
please stop asking about GPS.
6%.
We just put it on yesterday.
Month increase of 0.9. It's terrible.
What's
So
going on with
polite.
you?
Times 12. So an annualized rate is 10.8%
So polite.
annualized inflation.
So much red.
That's not good.
So much red today.
It's a big old beat. All right.
I said stop loss is negative 50%. So if it hits negative 50%, that shouldn't surprise you if it does.
Tesla here. We'll watch Tesla on the opening bell, and well.
Thank you, TJ.
Bell as well.
I appreciate it.
So we'll see how it did. We'll see if it's going to be a big institution sell down or buy the dippers.
I'm gonna have to make shirts that say we still in X.
Then we got the opening bell here, of course.
I think this is going to be like 80 to 90% red. Let's see.
Yikes. 80
Gary
to
Roberts says,
90%
took
red.
profits when you suggested and waiting for a big dip. You were spot on. Thank you.
Tesla looking heavy.
All right. That's cool. Look at that. They have a factory, folks. There's a Rivian factory. It's real. Looks kind of cool, actually. That's a great shot. Look at that. Holy smokes. Great shot. Okay, they didn't show the S&P heat map like they usually do, but I'll go back in the event
That's
that they do show
it's all the
it, usually
Bitcoin
they
so
do.
far.
So Tesla here at the open.
Neo's up
sitting
a little
at,
bit. Luminar's up a little
Here it
bit.
comes.
Sitting relatively
Touching that
flat.
support
This first minute of
pre-market.
trading here.
GPS is at break even.
Let's see here. Poshmark, how is it doing? So it's
My
still
dash
starting
calls
to
haven't
trend
updated.
down. Oh, WEBULL.
Even that
Money.
happens.
There we go. Percent change. There we go. Poshmark down 32%. SOS Limited down 29.6%. Purple 24%. Upstart 22.6%. Upstart recovering. Look at that. Upstart's recovering. Coinbase is recovering. Oh my god.
Is she gonna drop?
It's down 10%.
I took some.
Whoa.
Boom.
Deleted.
You guys see how fast that was?
On like virtually no
Very fast.
That shit is
Not
crazy.
on.
Upstart. It's a lot of momentum has gone into a firm, so it's honestly not a surprise it sells down. I kind of hope it goes down like 110, something like that. Could you imagine it breaks?
These premiums
records
move
again?
stupid
Be a nice
quick.
buy the dip opportunity. Coinbase, 7.12%.
Keep it going, Tesla. Give me a new low a day.
I'm sorry. To the downside. 7%
I did take a
to the
little bit
downside,
off.
but it is moving
What's
up
up,
right now in
Jeff?
the open. Nvidia down 5.38% and it's falling.
Tesla's getting smoked.
Trade Desk had a great day yesterday, but now down 4.79%, rising slightly.
All right, there we go. Thank
Pretty
you.
red day.
There we go.
54%.
990 on Tesla.
Take another off.
Metamaterial.
I just cleaned an
3.85.
absolute literal bag.
Lucid 3.85.
And I still think we have more room to go.
3.14. DoorDash is giving up its gain. Oh yeah, look at that.
This
DoorDash
fucker
is
needs to just die.
giving up its
Just
gain.
die.
I hit my daily go.
Tesla.
Let's go, Grizzly.
Oh yeah.
On your phone?
Tesla is
Yeah,
under
on my
1,000
phone.
now. It's at 993. Ooh.
Come
Money's
on,
going
give me more
red.
Tesla.
The excitement is gone thanks to this good old inflation.
Holy crap.
Drama. Big drama.
Yeah, Spy is getting
Roblox
smoked.
down 6
I want to see what it does when it comes back to 1,000.
Yeah, Roblox down now 8%. Roblox falling hard. Yikes.
Could be a reject spot.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Tesla falls below $1 trillion market cap. It's no longer a $1 trillion company. I made a video on Rivian. I encourage you to watch that.
I'm not touching that dash.
For the person asking about.
I said that in my watch list that it was very low conviction.
Kind of
I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. But it's a break even now, so
it could just be traders rotating out.
you can get out if you'd like, but I'm not. I just I don't know.
The miners are
I'm
obviously up 2%, 3%.
I'm in a Tesla, very
Near's
aggressive
up
Tesla trade.
3.66% on,
Look for this reject. I've still got
so that's good.
some Tesla running.
Paying 0.86%. Miscellaneous gains.
There we go,
Really
GPS.
a couple percent. Miners are up and Bitcoin's up. Otherwise, almost everything is just down. Netflix is down 1/3 of a percent, which is not a big a deal of a move. 2/3 of a percent on Google. DWAC still hanging out.
Still think we have more room to
big
get down on
decliners are
Tesla.
really where all the
Amazon's getting drilled right now.
That and Tesla, and kind of watching where this market evolves. Yeah,
Yeah.
look at that. Tesla now down 2.6%. Go to SPY, SPY right here.
Let's see here. Do we
Yeah,
ABCD
starting
off
to
the
rotate down a
VWAP?
little bit more, so not great for the indices. Let's go back to the indices here.
Look at
Dow's
Upstart
only
down
down
21.
0.07 though.
Fubo just got
Nasdaq, though,
smoked
getting
last
killed
night.
here,
Coin
1%.
getting
We're
smoked.
gonna have to wait till we break back below 1,000 again.
39%. Let's listen in here. To
Maybe we
coins.
orb over
Lucid
1016 for some
down.
strength like 1020.
Fraudulent. It's this whole notion of
We're gonna see.
I mean, we get how much did you beat the estimates by?
No, yeah, okay. Well, the analyst estimate stuff, yeah, whatever.
All right, let me get out these Teslas.
Maybe inflation. Imagine that. With how high that report came in. Goodness gracious. Let's see.
Clear a nice little bag.
I did.
EXPI
Nice.
About to get-
diving. Let's see if that's true.
Hold on.
Let's see here. Oh, the SPY's turning, rotating up again. EXPI.
Yeah.
EXPI.
Little over 800.
It's down 3.5%. Yeah, that's not that much. Yeah, I don't know enough about Upstart to recommend buying Upstart, and I can't really recommend you buy anything because I'm not.
Nick
I'm
got
watching
a
this
nice
Tesla over
spike.
1016 now.
I love potential opportunities to get in on Nvidia. And look at
So I'd rather
inflation
have
rate.
waited another
Yeah.
5-10 minutes. So gonna see what we can do.
Buy the dip troop coming out here.
I tried to tell people it was gonna be a tough beginner morning.
Same thing on a firm. Gosh,
If you're a beginner, you cannot catch that Tesla under 1,000. It's just you just can't.
Wow.
It's very hard.
Down 5.5%.
GD, we add in
There we go.
Tesla equity.
Tesla trying to recover.
Which way
are
they
Why was the
going?
reading worse in October?
I mean, I think I think it has more room to go down, like
when
in
inflation
the
readings are worse now.
in the long term at least. If you're holding for a long term, I would say
Neo
wait a
running.
little bit.
Before the rally.
I think 1,000 is too expensive still, but
First like 10 days of October weren't that great. You still had lingering kind of side effects of drama from
Nice.
September. But Neo's up 3%.
That orb on
So
Tesla over that
it's recovering
1016.
in the market. See, it looks like the
Nice,
market's
BC. Me too, bro.
definitely trying to
About to have my
recover.
best day in like 4 months off Tesla.
You guys traded to the upside too.
I just took it over this 1016. It was really fast and really,
Oh, whoa.
really risky.
Look at that,
Nice.
folks. Tesla was down about 3%. Now it's flat. It's going green. People are buying the dip like crazy. Oh, wow. This is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. What a U-turn. How's NVIDIA? NVIDIA also recovering. It's still down about 3.4% here, but it's definitely recovering. Robinhood's going down and not recovering.
Patience,
big
my
losers,
friends.
SOS 29%, Poshmark 28%, Purple 24%, Upstart's only 17. It's being bought up.
I didn't
See that?
take Dash, but that
Is
bounce
this what
worked
the
out
buy
pretty
today?
nicely. I had no interest in it in those levels. I mean, the chart looked good. I wanted to put it on there for people to watch, but I did not participate.
Lemonade is green. This is so weird. I feel like I'm in a simulation and somebody's just screwing with me today. Like, what? Now things are going green?
Tesla don't even care.
So weird.
Ripper, bro.
It's at 51. I don't get it. I don't get a few things. First of all, I don't understand how the CPI report came in at 6.2%. That's insane. I don't understand.
I still got runners in those
why
longs
the
too.
10-year
Never stopped me out below
Treasury is
1016.
skyrocketing. I mean,
Below
it
1015,
barely
excuse me.
moved. I'm shocked by that. It's always moved on a CPI read. Apparently not now. And now you have this sort of larger dip.
Look at
in the
Nia
stock market
Nicola.
that's being
Nicola
bought
is
up by
moving.
by the dippers. How dare they? But that shows resilience. to this
Perfect orb
market.
example.
That's
Would have
actually
rather run in
really
the
good
5-minute, but
because we want the end of the year rally, and most
me
of the
too,
time,
Upland, bro. 10K plus day.
with the exception of opportunities to buy the dip, which I suppose that's some of the what we're seeing in some of the declines here. I mean, 10% on Coinbase, highly on Toast down 13.5%.
We'll see. As long as it doesn't come and bite me in the ass.
It's still down, but it's definitely recovering. Trending back up. Let's go Tesla. Tesla's green now. 0.15%. Wow. Let's go to Google. Google's getting worse. So I guess it's more stock specific. Cloudflare's back over 200. Sunrun's moving up. PayPal
I think this up
is
starts to
still
play.
a mixed disaster.
To buy the
Matterport
dippers.
was down like 3%. Now it's only down like 0.8. Yeah, look, I get it. I saw your
290s
comment
or
the last time about
485.
the demand destruction. Once things catch up, I get it. But what I'm saying is, every prior CPI report, every single time I've covered the CPI this year, the 10-year has moved substantially on CPI day, and it just didn't today. That's different, and I like to pay attention to differences in the market.
Neo.
Comment and they go, "Oh, that's it. Okay, all right, it's normal that it didn't move." It's not normal. The 10-year always moves when the CPI comes out, and today we have a big beat.
I'm not rejecting this Tesla strength here, guys. I still got runners to the upside.
Good. And it doesn't move. Weird. Just weird. All right. Well, that is just the bizarreness of this market. Okay, Affirm's back down. Affirm's back down to that 10.5%. Sheep sitting at 51. New
Wish I called that with you.
69. Robinhood down
Holy
1%.
shit.
That's crazy.
AMD,
Absolutely
some
insane.
potential opportunity on the chip makers falling a little bit. EXPI 3%. Nvidia, though, recovering. It's only down about 2.5 compared to where it was. Roku down 2.25. AMC down 2%. Hippo, Owlet, a couple percent to the downside. Redfin's almost a couple percent. So is SoFi.
What's up, Sangle? King
Yeah,
Sway.
This
I don't
Amazon
know,
bull
man.
flag on the 4-hour
I don't trust
is
Spy.
beautiful.
I'm looking at
Neo and
these
Arrival
280,
very well.
285s on
I think
Upstart.
there's going to be a lot of
Look at
excitement
Nicola.
about
Jesus.
Rivian.
Man,
Which reminds me, we got to
get those Nicola 14.5s.
add it to
That's
the
where I
watch
should
list
be,
here.
but it just keeps moving.
So
We need y'all
usually
post some gains, baby. Come
these
on.
companies go public
Damn it,
around
man.
10 or 11.
Nicola is
California
moving.
time. So we'll see
I
what
want to
happens
see
there.
Upstart flip the switch
SPY.
because it took such a hit.
5 rotating up again. It's still down a little bit, about a 0.25%.
Neo's getting
Okay,
smoked
let's
just
go
for
look
a
at headlines for
second.
a moment. What a bizarre day. It just feels like the Elon Musk simulation again.
Come on,
Ay, ay.
Upstart.
All right. So
Looking at 280 calls. They're at 475 right now.
right. Let's go to Bloomberg here. So let's see here. Yellen says the Federal Reserve wouldn't
495.
allow a repeat of 1970s level inflation.
490.
We've got China stocks pair drop as drug makers, developers bounce back. Oh, that's kind of similar to what we're seeing in the U.S. market. The somewhat of a little bounce back. Zillow agrees to sell 2,000 homes as
Look
flipping
and see if
business
there's any
ends.
calls
Well,
here.
that's old news. What has anything changed here?
He's doing Upstart 300
Because we already knew
calls.
they were gonna dump a few thousand homes.
Damn, that Amazon order.
Pre-TM Partners will purchase the home.
She gone.
Okay. Pre-TM owns more than 70,000
I did not.
in the U.S., making it the second largest single-family landlord behind Invitation Homes. I gotta beat both of them. That's it. We gotta figure
Kind of eyeing up this Morrow right now.
The largest owner of single-family homes.
Nice little 1 minute falling wedge.
The company plans to take write-downs on as much as 569 million, reducing its workforce by 25%.
Yeah, if only Lucid was. Nicola is moving, man.
Thoroughly.
What's Lucid doing?
I do wonder
Is
what
it
kind
smoked?
of discount they're taking.
It's not that bad. It's recovering.
Pre-team is getting these for. Yeah. Shocked that they wouldn't see
Really
through just
watching this
selling them
Upstart.
individually, but okay. Publicly traded wedge deal REIT.
Because if Upstart recovers even
Yeah.
half of that, you are deep
right.
in the goodness. Look at Lucid getting a push.
Just a crazy, it's just a bad CPI report. Just bad.
You should not be holding Tesla for hope.
And,
I think I'm going to get in on this.
definitely leading,
It's
some
moving.
stocks to
Just
sell off very well.
Fair warning.
I mean, some stocks are obviously down.
Fuck,
still
it's
from
moving a little
yesterday's
faster than I
earnings
need it
report.
to.
And there are other little news items like MasterCard expanding buy now, pay later, and
Damn it, they
competition
moved
really entering the
fast.
space for a firm, which we've talked many times about the moat for a firm, but
Who got
a lot of
banned?
people don't really believe it. And if that's what people believe, well, that's how the stock market can sometimes move. Yeah. All right.
Now we're
Oh
gonna have
my
to wait.
God.
I think a good little
Dude,
opportunities
Nicola,
on
holy
various
balls.
Tesla.
sectors here.
Oh
First,
my.
still have
Look
to
at that
compare
Amazon too.
some of that, and this is potentially why I might be not necessarily jumping up.
Damn
and
it,
down about,
Upstart.
Like, trying to
I
buy.
just
I
waited
still
too
have
long.
some of my long
Some of the
position.
numbers are still
Literally about to have
relatively
my best day of the
elevated.
year.
That's down almost 4.5%. But see that
Shit.
one's in the 16 range. That one's more historically low. But a firm at 140 is still very expensive compared to where it has been. So looking at sort of the relative pricing, PayPal's the one that feels cheap. $207. That's the one that
Come
feels
on,
cheap.
push.
PayPal was also red this morning, so we're getting a little bit of green recovery here. Let's look at Tesla one more time.
I'm taking some more off here, no cap. I'm
Oh my gosh! It's a simulation.
gonna leave 200 shares to do their thing.
Go on
Fell
Upstart.
Like,
In case we go to the moon.
what was it? 9? Yeah, I was gonna say 988. 987 is what it says here.
Dude,
was down like
Nicola,
3%.
holy balls.
Now it's up 3%. What? Oh my
Yep, we're going to play
gosh.
Upstart for the recovery.
Peloton up a couple percent. Neo up 1.3%. PayPal's up 1% at 207. Square's up 0.25%. This is ridiculous. What a ridiculous market we're in. It's so crazy. Meanwhile, the 5-year Treasury yield continues to bounce. It's really moving up quite a bit right now.
Come
this
on,
screen,
Upstart.
or the other screen that I have.
What are we in? 285s. They're at
Go back.
555 right now. Come on, push.
Oh, there we go. Now
This is just so
the
slow to
10-year is
update.
moving. Finally, 1.49. It's gonna break over 1.5 soon. Now it's moving.
There
That
we
was the
go.
Craziest delayed reaction ever.
285s are 535.
Wow.
We're in at
Ay, ay, ay.
$5. They hit 565, 550.
Somebody
We get an
donated
Upstart recovery
$50.
here
Oh my gosh, $50.
because it got
Just finished
smoked
watching
so
the
bad,
Millennial
but the
Money
earnings weren't
podcast.
that bad.
Curious if you can expand a bit on the
You
crypto
can make a good bit
discussion.
of money off of this.
It sounds like you don't put a lot of
This
stock
could be a 40-50% hit right here.
And the theory that we're close to entering
Let's
a multi-year
go.
bear market. Yeah, I don't know. People keep talking about the crypto winter thing. I think crypto's going to do very well over the next certainly 6 months, especially if these CPI reports
There we
keep
go.
coming in like this.
They're at
I think crypto's
630.
going to do extremely well. I
Keep
think
going,
crypto's gonna
baby.
enter into more of a bear market once we finally rotate towards a deflationary environment. When our markets get extremely efficient,
625,
when
645,
supply chains are
push,
efficient, when companies are
660,
efficient, when our efficiency
675.
but that's going to be a while. So between now and then, I think crypto will do very
Dude,
well.
Nicola, holy balls.
Uh-oh, here's this Amazon.
Is Fubo recovering? No.
Thanks for the $50.
Fubo sucks. Wow.
Is the
Fubo
crypto
sucks so
rally really
bad.
worth $3 trillion? Okay, that's just an opinion article. Lordstown's auto industry is coming back.
I'm curious as to what
Jobs,
those
not so much.
300, they're
Ouch.
385. So they moved pretty good too.
The biggest headline today is going to be
685,
inflation.
695.
That
was
is
the
going to
play,
be
man.
something that's just
Upstart.
being talked about around probably the world, honestly. It's crazy. Oh, and the Rivian IPO, because IPOs are fun. But wow, jeez. Tesla, can't believe it's at about 3% right now. The buy the dipping is in full
Damn,
effect.
Tesla.
68.4 on Bitcoin. Nice move to the upside.
You guys see the gold futures today?
Yeah.
It's insane.
Square paper.
Gold's going crazy.
I'm shocked on things recovering right now. Let's look at the SPY. Let's look at the indices again. Yeah, it's only down 0.22% now. It's definitely recovered. Yeah, these
Wow.
indices are not down as much as they were down earlier. Wow. Okay. Wow. That's all I can say is wow. It's very, very, very odd.
Come on, Upstart.
Have you ever seen anything worse than the Robinhood chart? Oh yeah, there are definitely worse ones than the Robinhood chart. Robinhood's been pretty bad. The SOS offering isn't the worst thing in the world. Oh, SOS did an offering. That's why they're falling. That makes sense. Yeah, because they came out of nowhere with a fall. Somebody writes, Hood, yikes. What's it doing? Kathy Wood's been buying it like crazy. Oh, okay, another 3.4% here. DocuSign down 2.2%. EXPI 377.
How's everyone's morning going?
It's bad. Look at Outlet. Yeah, there's some companies that have just gotten murked. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Me too,
Lucid's
VC, bro.
4.31% still as Tesla's all of a sudden
Not trading.
crazy.
Didn't trade. Just smoked me for 1500. Hopefully that was in your risk.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hop on over to the course member live stream in a few minutes, and let's do that.
Nice, Noah Smith.
First
Eat.
of all, thank you so much for being
No
here.
trade yet.
This was pretty wild.
It's all right.
CPI numbers were not great.
It's a morning that if you didn't trade, it's okay.
Because I was
Just
stuck in
fine.
trouble.
It's completely fine. Completely fine.
Look at it go. Upstart's pushing, dude. Nicola is on a freaking straight freight train. Come on, Upstart. Come on, Upstart. There we go. There we go. 690. 7. Come on, baby.
Nice calls on Amazon, Texas back.
Where does he see that? Oh, it is at 420. Damn. Okay. Never mind. Fuck. 715. Yes, sir. Make me some of those losses back. Oh, Nicola fell. Big old boner. So I was thinking today, I've got some content that I want to record. Maybe I will do my my other podcast live on the live stream, and then I'll just I'll record them and post them later as well. What do you guys think about that? Because I've got some other content that I want to make, but I don't want to kill the whole stream just because of that. So you could see me record them live, the clips that I post. I did one earlier, a reaction to Chris Webby new Raw Thoughts 5 that came out today, which was awesome. I got some other videos that I'd like to make. That might
I'm
be
an
kind of interesting.
island boy.
Oh
So
man.
stupid.
Yeah, the island. I don't understand. Where did those island boys get any of their money? Why? How is it possible that they have all of the things that they have? I do not understand. That's a nice push on Spy. Come on, Upstart. 275 on Upstart. Let's go. Dude, Spy boner. What is happening right now? We need Upstart to 275 with the quickness.
Jadon, you still holding that Tesla?
What?
You still holding that Tesla?
I have a tiny piece still. I never stopped out. I mean, I've only had 200 shares,
Nice.
so I'm just chilling now.
Looks good. Looks
You
like
know.
it wants more.
I think I might close the rest out here soon.
Beautiful trade.
Oops.
Looks like it might actually flag on the 5-minute.
I think it's time we close her out, boys.
Oh, Upstart, you're going the wrong way. Green candles, baby. Green candles.
Oh. I didn't quite have a beastie quiet day, but cleared a bag. I knew this is going to be a really rough day for a lot of people. Tesla does look like it's flagging on the 5-minute.
Spy is running. Nicholas getting a nice push again. Spy still pumping. What are those Qs doing? Qs are up. Baba's up. Oxygen, Tesla, Nikola. Workhorse. Plug. Biggest losers, SOS, Fubo. Upstart starting to come back.
Big accounts can watch this this Amazon at this level. Needs volume.
SPY is freaking moving though. Qs are rocketing too. Wow, look at them go. Look at it go. MACD on SPY is indecisive. The volume is anyway. Upstart, no. Wrong way. Look at the Qs ripping.
Should have held the rest of that Tesla. Feel like it's gonna go again. I think you're right, Rando. Yup. There she goes. Adios. See you later. She gone. You hear, Grizzly? Brando?
Yeah, I'm here.
I think Tesla looks like it wants to go.
Upstart. Let's go. Duo is on the run. Yep. Baba.
Oh my
Pretty good
God,
move.
Texas back 116K. I thought I was cool with my 21K day.
Jesus Christ.
You're a monster, bro. Fuck yeah. Holy shit.
I thought I was cool with my 2K days.
Quick 100 racks. All right, back to work. That literally kills me every time.
There goes that Tesla, Jadon.
I'm furious, man. Left an extra probably 2-3 grand on the table. Fine. Jesus.
I caught you, Texas Beck.
Oh, that Tesla killing me.
Dumpster had a fire play this morning, bro.
RNXT, fire, bro.
Fire. I played that all morning.
Nice push on Upstart right there. Come on now, we need a $15 move. Let's go. There we go. There we go. We get this cross down here on the MACD, starts turning green, holding this level, and we should be in the 270s. Let's go. Now she's moving a little bit. There it goes. Get that cross going. Let's run it. Come on, Upstart. $10. $10 would be amazing. Sitting at a delta of 31. Yeah, let's go. That would close this thing out at $9. We get a $10 move. She's trying.
Rivian is indicating 110.
Rivian Automotive has not opened. Come on, Upstart. Oof, Hut took a big hit. Palantir's still way down. Fish down. Could be a fake out on the MACD for Upstart, or does it keep going green? Where's our Lucid boys at? Climbing, trying to catch her. Where'd she go? Boom, Lucid, $44. Might be getting a MACD fake out here. Q's, however, solid straight up trend here. I don't know. Rivian opened sometime today, maybe after lunch. They're expecting Rivian to run to 100, I think. Look at Lucid go. Big pump on Lucid, man. Lucid's well on its way to 45 bucks. Well on its way. Right now, maybe. Yep, right now, $45. Coming in hot. Touched it. It's trying so hard. Denied $45. Denied. Come on, Upstart. Break through this resistance level. Where's our pivots? We're nowhere near resistance 1. Nowhere near it. Dude, Tesla's up 4.8%. It's like we're having a big reversal on EV stocks. Looks like he's gonna wait a little longer. Just gave up a buck. It's a good little chunk.
How we all doing? Let's see here. I was on my live trading chat.
Spy, big time boner town. Spy is on a rampage. A double dip? Well, you usually would have like a double top or a double bottom. So like right here on the upstart, having a double top, is a-
Let's see this live trading chat.
it's a bearish signal. Usually it means that it touched a certain resistance level and just didn't make it through it, right? Ugh. So it gets denied the run up. Let me turn this off so I don't have that. And it has a harder time. It's like if it can't bust through this resistance level, then it usually just falls. But again, like this is just a technical term for looking at it because people could still buy this dip. They could go, all right, well, buy it up. Or they could say, well, it didn't make it over it. They bought in at 240 and they're going to sell for a $20 gain. That's possible. But usually it's a bearish sign if it hits the double top and doesn't come off. And a double bottom is usually a sign of a reversal. It forms a W. But usually you'd want to look at that on like a longer scale. We've only been open for just under an hour, so you don't have any way to look at it yet aside from a longer chart pattern. Correct, yeah. Just gets denied, like it's having a hard time breaking a certain dollar number there. But what we could see is this thing happening where it ran up and now it's forming a double bottom. If like on upstart situation here, if it holds this line right here, you could see it on the 1 minute form a double bottom and then go back up. If it bounces off of this level, which is coincidentally our VWAP at the moment. And if it falls below VWAP, it might just keep going down. Lucid's trying to push back up. Baba's on a steady climb. Tesla's pushing. TME is pushing. INO is pushing. Pinduoduo is just checking out. Go EV. Canoe has got a nice move. Lemonade had a nice move today. Rocket Mortgage. There's a lot of good recoveries happening. Fubo not among them. Oof. Maybe SOS recovers. Coins recovering. Yeah, Nikola not too terrible. Am I supposed to get my kids tonight? What? Who are you yelling at down there? Hear him. Look, don't have a bone or nothing. Upstart not looking good for me, folks. Was looking great, and now not so great. Chilling at VWAP. Needs a big push to the upside. Way bigger than what it just got. Yeah, we need Upstart to make a big push, form a big old W. What's up, Tamir? Yikes. Yeah, Theta's going to smoke us. Upstart with a big old boner on the 1 minute. Now, we still don't have green MACD on Upstart. MACD red on Lucid. Look at our 5 minutes. 5 minute chart looks a little healthier. My volume seems low. We did some records yesterday and I turned down the gain a little bit. So, possible. Yeah, they were louder. Upstart is it's just freaking trading right inside of this level, isn't it? But doesn't look great. This candle closes below this little support for the day. It's not going to look great. Oh, Gizmo wants to go outside. All right, I'll be back. Well, that's ugly. Damn it, man. Look at SPY. SPY getting a big old bounce right there. Q's bouncing. Lucid falling. Upstart just getting wrecked. No reason for it to be down this low either. So maybe there's going to be just some more dip buyers. It's still early. Just no reason for it to tank 20% on good earnings too. Right now, the only thing that I'm really in that could even be a potential for a good trade is this Upstart 285 calls. I swung Palantir the other day, that tanked. I swung Fubo, that tanked. So Fubo's earnings were, look, man, they did well, and it's down 20 friggin' percent. So I'm playing Upstart on the bounce, and right now it's just getting smoked. It was up. I needed to move 9% to the upside, which at the sell-off it's at, it was close. It was close, and if it gets close again to green, I'll probably just cut it loose. But there's a lot of look, SPY had a good run, and now it's just figuring it out. It's approaching VWAP. But I am going to go over to Megan's house and get some stuff done for her because she's got a longer work day today, and she's got company coming tomorrow. So I figure I'll go over there and pick up a little bit so she doesn't have to worry about it. She's been here for the last, since like, I don't know, a week or something. She hasn't been home much. So I go help her out. What did NVIDIA do? I had a little bounce. Dude, I remember trading Nvidia at 500 and change before the split. It's almost back there. Yeah, Nicola, everything's just getting a big pullback. You got a good little green start to the day, and now it's just getting smoked. Don't know if that means we're going to see any kind of reversal happen throughout the day, or if we're just going to see this thing just continuously bleed for the rest of the day. Not too sure. Right now, Upstart's bleeding way below my comfort level. Way below my comfort level. Look at that move. That's almost that's a $22 move in an hour. It's gross. VWAP is like a magnet, except sometimes nothing sticks to it. Sometimes it's a really crappy magnet. Come on, Upstart. Pound the upside. Pound the upside. Let's go. So what do you guys think? Think I should just, I can leave the stream up and do my other shows, and then we'll just touch back on the stocks when I'm done. I had some other content. I want to talk about this Rittenhouse situation because it's getting interesting. The Rittenhouse situation to me is getting interesting. I never did a video about the whole Alec Baldwin thing either. That is also an interesting situation. Come on, Upstart. Yeah, I usually do all these in one take mostly, so It'll be live. It'll just be the same show, just get switched over. And I'm gonna I record the clips, so I'll just post them separate. But you'll get to see it live. Because right now, nothing too exciting is happening here. Lucid got smashed. Damn, $2 move almost. Unreal. Unfreaking real. You know, I mean, what's happening right here ain't that exciting. I like it. There's a call out here for buy to open Roku. What's Roku doing? Buy to open Roku, 282.5 at 320. I'll post it in the chat. Yeah, everyone that's in Bitcoin says Bitcoin's going up. The thing about Bitcoin is the rug pulls are epic. It gets like a 3 or 4% move and then it just smashes into the ground. All right, we're gonna do the I'm gonna do an FAF, free as fuck episode here while we're watching this. And hopefully by the time I'm done, Upstart will be at like 290. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But I have everything set up. Kind of a bummer that Marshall's not here to do it with me, but that's okay. We're gonna switch it up. So look at it push, man. It's freaking pushing. Go Upstart. Freaking run it, son. Freaking run it. I mean, we're still down $200, but let's go. Freaking push it. Looking at those 300s, they're down. They're sitting at 175. Only I could get 2 of them bad boys. But nope. I'd rather have 2 of the 300 calls than that would be than one of these because it's moving much better. All right. Come back to that. Nicola 15. Man, it might. Dude, Nicola just makes weird moves. All right. We're going to hit the well, there's part of me. Oh, what's happening? Oh, man, it's like it's lagging real bad. We're lagging so bad. Why? Why are we lagging? Holy smokes, we're freezing up. Let's make sure we're on turbo mode here on this laptop. Don't know what's happening. Straight up frozen. Never seen that before. Where it literally just went bananas on me. Let me exit a couple things. Maybe it's mad because I got too much shit going on. Upstart is making a move. Well, this is exciting. I've frozen myself. Yeah, I see where you can still hear me. Not repeating. Get it. It's not receiving enough info. I might have to close OBS and reopen it. I'm going to try doing that. Bear with me. Encoding overloaded, it says. Why? Well, that was retarded. But hey, look at that. I made it back. I don't even know. My computer wigged out. Completely wigged out. But we're back. All right. Let's see if we can pull this up now. What I was trying to talk about from the beginning. Well, it's felt like forever since I've done this. Welcome to the Free As Fuck podcast. I'm your host, Lorne. Normally, I was hosting this with Marshall Holmes, but Marshall is doing some stand-up open mic stuff and life, and you know, he just wanted to take a little break from doing the show. But I miss doing the show, and there's stuff in the world that I would like to talk about. So that pertains to this type of show. The first thing I want to talk about is Kyle Rittenhouse. And if you don't know who Kyle Rittenhouse is, it's okay. A lot of people probably forgot about the shit show that was 2020. Let's be honest. We just try to put it behind us. And Rittenhouse, even most of 2021 at this point, trying to put behind us. So there was the big uprising protest at Kenosha over the shooting of Jacob Blake. Kyle Rittenhouse was a 17-year-old teenager who decided to go up there and be a part of the anti-protest, bring his assault rifle and patrol the streets. Rittenhouse got involved in a couple altercations with some people, and 2 people got shot and killed, one of them wounded. So they charged him and they booked him, and now he's on trial. So the prosecution has just rested their case against Mr. Rittenhouse. And I'm going to pull him up right over here. He's like I said, he's a young kid, man. He's not that old. But let me pop this up. That's Kyle Rittenhouse. So here's where I think they're going to end up shooting themselves in the foot, for lack of a better description. They're trying to charge him with first-degree murder, first-degree homicide, and they're getting him with like reckless endangerment with a weapon. They got a couple charges happening, but first-degree murder is going to be tough, right? Because that's generally premeditated. It is premeditated. You have to say, I'm going out there explicitly to kill somebody. This kid shot people in a defensive maneuver, and that's where I think they're going to have a hard time getting him on these charges. This guy right here, he was the victim that was shot and survived. He's shot, I think, 4 times. No, maybe he was shot once. A lot of shootings going on. The guy that died shot 4 times. 3 times in the front, I guess leg, hand, and then once in the back. All of these people that he shot were actually advancing at him. That is going to be the prosecution's #1 problem, right? 2 of them had weapons. This guy right here, he had a weapon on him. He was a like off-duty paramedic. He started approaching Rittenhouse with hands up, then for some reason drew a gun, and at the point where he drew a pistol, Rittenhouse shot him, which arguably is kind of self-defense, right? This guy could have been saying it was self-defense, but I don't know, man. The kid is now 18. He's being charged as an adult. I don't think they should put pictures of him smiling and being kind of smug. But, you know, he went out there and he was part of like this police cadet program thing that you could, you know, be a part of and help protect the community. He thought he was protecting the community. The prosecution may have been pressured to charge intentional homicide by activists at the very real fears of more deadly riots, and state prosecutions failed to bend over the will. This doesn't mean they have a case. Problem is that there's a good chance that he might get acquitted of this. Now, I don't think he should be acquitted. I think that he should definitely have some consequence to being a minor with an AR-15, walking around, loaded weapon. You go out there and you enter a situation like that that's A, hostile, and B, hostile. And you what do you expect? People are out there burning the place to the ground. You cannot go shoot them. But people do. We have a lot of people out there with weapons, a lot of people that, especially through the whole pandemic, that were carrying weapons, didn't feel safe in their own town. So it's a lot, man. So right here, Rittenhouse fatally shot Joseph Rosenbaum at a car lot. After running from that scene, he shot and killed Anthony Huber. The way that they portray this in the media is that he was just out on a rampage. He wasn't on a rampage. There's video evidence of him before the shooting, of them kind of approaching him and altercations between them before this went down. At the end of the day, we weren't there, but there was, I guess, drone video of him as well. It's just so crazy. But like I said here, legal experts agreed that they had a bigger challenge going in. Some didn't come close to offering the kind of testimony sure to persuade jurors. The case has gone very badly for the prosecution. That's what they are saying. Prosecution has called witnesses that hurt their case, but sometimes you take the good with the bad. If I catch any of you guys alone tonight, I'm going to effing kill you, he recalled Rosenbaum shouting. Well, McGinnis promptly replied, he said, F you, and then reached for the weapon. Gal Pazinski, another Chicago-based defense attorney, said that vital testimony for the defense. If is not a threatening action that would put Rittenhouse in fear for his life, I am not sure what would be. You know, lunging for the gun. McGinnis also described Rittenhouse as appearing to do all he could to flee and even shooting shouting friendly at Rosenbaum to convey he meant no harm. It's a tough one, man. because you're putting into a situation here where you've got rights as an individual. You have rights to protect yourself. You have rights to bear arms. You have all of these things. But he was also carrying the weapon illegally. That sucks. But it doesn't take away your right to use it in a defensive position. So I would not be surprised to see Rittenhouse do little to no jail time. It's just where I'm at. It's kind of my prediction. I don't want to see unrest, but I feel like at this point, a lot of the United States has just tried to forget what was going on all around. So I think that, you know, this one didn't get as much as the Derek Chauvin as far as overall like media coverage, but he's out there. He's out there in the news right now, and we're going to see what actually comes of it. I don't see it going the way they think it's going to go. I see him probably doing, you know, maybe amended charges. Maybe he gets like a couple years or probation. You know, I could definitely see them trying to stick him with something to stop him from owning a weapon in the future. But we'll see. Right now, there's not much, dude. There was so much video of it and altercations of it and photos. It's hard to say that, you know, I feel like they just charged him with the wrong thing. They're going to get him with something. I just don't think it's going to have anything to do with homicide. Maybe in reckless endangerment, but he fired a weapon at somebody who was advancing toward him. Therein lies our problem. You know, his life could have very well been in danger. Guy had a weapon. Other guy had a weapon. This is where we're at. So we're going to watch this and do a follow-up on it and see how it goes. Till then, like and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you on the next FAF podcast. There we go. All right, hold on. My mom called me. She says I need to call her, so let me figure out what she needs. Come on, Upstart. Get your shit together. All right. Yeah, my least favorite president. I mean, in my lifetime, I guess we're talking about here. I definitely don't appreciate what the Biden administration is doing. Prior to, I would say, the last term of Obama, I wasn't very political. I didn't really care. Didn't feel like much of it affected my life in the interim. But what Biden is doing, and honestly, a lot of what Trump did definitely had an impact on our life. And I wouldn't even say that it's necessarily a presidential opinion, as more of it is just a political side of things. I don't believe that one president has the ability to really make a huge impact by himself, but the people that they surround themselves with definitely do make an impact, and the policies that we see going forward are making an impact. So there is that. I mean, I'm on the Rogan side of things, which is it's a stupid job to have a president. It doesn't make any effing sense. There's too many people to have one person in charge of all these people. But the entire back and forth debacle and fighting between the party sides is just dumb. The entire two-party system doesn't work anymore. It's just broken. That's how I feel about it. That is how I feel about it. Rittenhouse is actually called to take the stand. I wonder if I can see this live anywhere. I don't know if they're filming this. Probably not. Very interesting. I'm trying to find it if there's a live stream of the trial. I would be interested to see that. Let's look. What do we have here? This could be it. Let's see. Can I just click mini player or something? There we go. Let's see. I don't know. This looks live. Oh, where'd it go?
For the reasons stated in the brief, which was filed by Mr. Kraus, the motion for reconsideration on count 6 is denied. All right, anything else?
We were talking about exhibits that hadn't been moved that I think the parties are in agreement to.
Okay.
So 64, 65, 66, 67, 76, and 77 are ones that are agreed upon. The only one that is not agreed upon at this point is 69, which is the statement, the written statement by the officer regarding Gage Grosskreutz that I had questioned him about yesterday. I had marked and I would move that, and I think the state has an.
Yeah, see it here.
All right. Mr. Mayor?
Your Honor, the statement was used to impeach the witness. I think some courts do things a little differently. I don't recall off the top of my head. Sometimes those aren't marked as exhibits. Other times they're marked but not admitted into evidence. The bottom line, Your Honor, is I don't think the jury should see it. So as long as we don't show it to the jury, because it was only used for impeachment, I don't have any strong objection to how we handle it. I think generally speaking, things that are used for impeachment are not admitted to evidence. They may be marked as an exhibit, but not admitted to evidence. So that's where I'm at on that.
Did you want to say anything further?
Judge, it would refer to, I wouldn't ask that it go back because at this point, the entire document had not been read. But I think based on the way it was used yesterday, it would be appropriate to make it part of the record. So
I'm going to receive it for. It'll be received into evidence, but however, those portions which were not directly quoted in the examination will not be argued, nor will they, because that part is not in evidence, and the exhibit will not go, certainly not in its original form, to the jury room. Okay?
While we're cleaning up exhibits, Your Honor, if I may, exhibit number 3, I think has also been marked as exhibit number 57. That's the Grosskreutz live stream, and I double marked that by mistake. But I would move both of those. They're identical. Evidence. Any objection on that?
Any objection? Received.
Yesterday, I also used exhibit 10, which is Ford Fisher News to share. I thought I had moved it. According to the court's list here, it's not been admitted yet, so I would move that in.
Objection? Received.
We also used the Crime Lab Ballistics Report, Exhibit 23, with Heather Williams. So we put that into evidence. 23.
Objection?
That's all we have right now. Thank you.
All right. Ready to go then? Okay, I'm calling the jury.
Hello?
Would you come down, please?
Yes.
Interesting. Come on, upstart. Get your shit together. Let's go. I'm reading over here through some other news outlets and how the prosecution is basically making the case for Kyle, which is interesting. Like every witness has just gone terribly bad. Oof. They're calling Joseph Rosenbaum a child molester because he was, I guess, a convicted child molester. But also, man, they are just apparently they just ripped this dude apart, man. What's old Nicola doing?
You're aware, of course, of the incident at the bus
Yeah.
this morning, and I've been assured that the officers had the video which had been taken has been deleted, and new procedures are being instituted so that if something like that is should not recur. I'm frankly quite surprised that it did, and we have different procedures to do with respect to if it would occur. So I don't have any particular concern about it, and we're very sensitive to this entire issue and are on guard about it. Thank you. All right, Mr. Binger.
Judge, the state will be calling James Armstrong to the stand.
For the testimony about to give this matter be the truth, the whole truth, the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Mr. Armstrong, can you please state your first name and spell it for the benefit of the court reporter?
James Armstrong, James Armstrong.
And Mr. Armstrong, how are you employed?
I'm a senior forensic imaging specialist with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Milwaukee.
And what do you do as a forensic imaging specialist senior?
We handle a variety of internal and external requests. Internally, we handle a lot of photography of evidence, including fingerprints and footwear. We handle within the forensic imaging unit, we handle a variety of internal and external requests. This includes photographing fingerprints and footwear, along with also doing forensic video analysis as well.
What is forensic video analysis?
The examination of video pertaining to legal matters.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's of fine art in photography from Milwaukee Institute of Art and Design.
And have you worked in photography or anything else in your past?
Yes. Before coming to the crime lab, I worked in commercial photography for 14 years.
Is your crime lab accredited?
Our crime lab is accredited.
And when you do some sort of forensic imaging, is there any kind of peer review process or anything that is done to check your work?
Yes, all the work that we do within forensic imaging is tech reviewed by another qualified analyst, and it's also administrative reviewed as well.
So when you're doing forensic imaging, does that include things like obtaining stills, zooming in? What kind of things do you do if you're forensically looking at a piece of video?
Yes, it requires us to examine the video, note any limitations of that video, and then provide any clarifications of that video if requested.
And have you been asked in this case to look at any video or other photography evidence?
Yes, I've been requested to look at different video that's been submitted to the lab.
I would ask that Exhibit 24 be put on the screens. Mr. Armstrong, I want to show you what has been previously marked as States Exhibit 24. You look at either screen, whichever screen is more comfortable. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
And what is that?
Those are 3 clarified images that I produced from that I produced from item U, from video file that was submitted as item U.
So a video file was submitted by me, and you found an image and you clarified it.
That is correct.
How do you go about doing that?
I utilize a variety of software. In this particular case, I used AND5 to enhance and clarify that image.
Now, is it your job to figure out what is in the image, or are you just providing or attempting to provide more clear or viewable images?
In this particular case, the request was just to clarify the item of interest in this video.
If I could have Exhibit 25, please. Mr. Armstrong, I'm showing you what has previously been marked as States Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this appears to be the video that I annotated as part of a request.
What do you mean by annotated?
I added the square box and the labeling to this video.
And your job to actually say who is who in the video, or are you just pointing out people of interest that have been designated to you?
I'm just pointing out people as designated.
And how did you go about making this exhibit?
To make this exhibit, we load the video file into AND5, and then I essentially draw on that individual frames as it goes through, and then output a video.
Could we play Exhibit 25, please?
Like, whose drone video is this? Like a police drone, man.
So you annotated it all throughout that portion of the video?
That is correct, yes.
Interesting.
Did you enhance or clarify or do anything else in the video, or just simply annotate what was given to you as a raw video?
I just simply annotated that video.
Let's show you what is marked and previously entered as States Exhibit 26.
Objection.
I'm asking for that. This has already been entered.
It is States Exhibit 26. Okay.
26.
Bro, that kid is calm, man. Who gave you gum? Get you a gum. Ah, Upstart, do something. Just chilling at VWAP.
Mr.
Yeah,
Armstrong,
no
do you
shit.
recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is another annotated video with an arrow.
And did you create this video as well?
I did, yes.
Similar to the last video, did you simply annotate it? You didn't change anything about the video?
That is correct, yes.
I'd like you to please just briefly play Exhibit 26. Now, again, is that someone you've identified or someone that was designated to you to mark?
Did he?
Someone
I
that
didn't
was
see it.
designated to me to mark.
Mr. Armstrong, in this case, were you ever given a video and asked to get still shots of a snippet of a video?
Yes, I was.
And are you aware if that is the BG on the scene video? Do you recall?
I do not exactly recall with regards to that video, no.
But fair to say that we asked you to look at a short segment and produce every still image that you could?
Yes, that is correct.
And were you able to do that of this video?
Yes, that is correct.
And do you know how many stills that you received from that video?
729 stills.
And this morning, before we came over here, did you view a folder that had those stills in the from the video?
Yes, I did.
At this point, I'd like to mark and move a folder named Frames, which is States Exhibit 80. I'd like to move that into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
If I could have the next video Exhibit 81.
Interesting.
Mr. Armstrong, in addition to those videos that you've already mentioned, have you recently done any more forensic imaging work in this case?
Yes, I was provided another video file as item X.
And what did you do with item X?
With item X, I enhanced and
Hey.
Enlarged the video file and cropped it to
Upstart. Hey.
Marked as States Exhibit 81.
We're still down, but hey, Nicola.
clarified video that I
Yay.
Now, did you have any difficulties clarifying or tracking this file?
The limitations of this file include the movement of the camera, movement of the person, and the lighting conditions that are present.
Now, you mentioned limitations.
Hold on a
Did all these
second.
various videos you looked at have different limitations?
Yes, each had their
Hello.
own set of limitations.
Oh, just at the house on YouTube.
I know we watched. Did we watch this video this morning?
At the house, man. I'm on YouTube.
Is
What's
it a
up?
true and accurate copy of the exhibit that you created of that drone video?
It appears to be
Yeah.
so, yes.
I'd like to move Exhibit 81 into evidence and play it for the jury.
Bro, you're a dude. You should know how to mount a TV to a wall. Yeah, you get a TV mount and you get some wall anchors and you bolt that bitch to the wall. Yep.
If I could have Exhibit 82, please.
I have a drill. I probably even have wall anchors. I mean, you got a mount, right? You just usually you screw the mount to the wall, and then the other mount side of it's on the TV, and you just hang it on there.
What is this?
This is a video, again, clarified and cropped into the area of interest, and this video is slowed
Yep,
down.
I do have a drill.
And is it a true and accurate copy of the video that?
No, I never screw them into studs myself. I usually just use big ass drywall anchors.
I'd like to move Exhibit 82 into evidence and publish it to the jury.
I mean, I feel like I own a stud finder, but I couldn't tell you where it is. Yeah, that would do it. Right on.
Mr. Armstrong, did I give you a specific area to sort of focus
It's
in?
been
on this
it's
video?
been rough, man. I lost my entire gains in the stock market last week. Didn't feel too good about it.
The sign near some vehicles.
Lost it all.
And as the person.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out a recovery plan, my man.
Tight on that area.
is real ugly.
Not beyond what has been provided now.
Yeah.
Can
Not
you
ideal.
go back to Exhibit 81? Mr. Armstrong, let's give you this point.
Yep. That's what it was. It's just walked away, man. Most people do. That's fact. Yeah.
So
Not ideal
behind that,
in the
there's a
least
black
bit.
vehicle there. Would be the rear of that black vehicle. Can we play Exhibit 81 again?
That'd be cool. Seems to be everyone I know gets smashed. Smashed as of late.
And Exhibit 82, please.
Everyone getting smashed as of late.
Again, Mr. Armstrong, could you point out the area of interest in this video that I asked you to zoom in on?
Always does.
Again, it's to the rear of that black vehicle. We've been calling it the Duramax in this trial. Oh, the front
All right.
vehicle.
Yeah. I'm going to run over to Megan's house in a little bit. So just head on over.
Can you play Exhibit 82, please?
All right. Neighbor. Look at Nicola just push. Man. I bet those contracts probably look pretty juicy, huh? But they moved pretty nice. Look at Upstart. It spiked to almost 260 and then dropped instantly.
Thank you.
Makes no sense. All right. What's this guy talking about over here?
This here is marked as States Exhibit 83. Do you recognize this?
Yes, it appears to be the video that's been clarified and then enlarged as well.
And is this a different part of that same drone video?
Yes, this is a different segment, picking up from the stopping point of the previous video and continuing on to where the video camera view turns away from the area of interest.
Is it true and accurate copy of the exhibit that you created?
It appears to be so, yes.
Could you, I'd like to move Exhibit 83 into evidence and publish it to the jury.
See,
That's a pretty clear video for nighttime. No lie.
If I could ask for Exhibit 84, please. Mr. Armstrong, what is this?
This is the same segment, except it's slowed down by 50%.
So everything else the same, it's just slowed down by half?
That is correct.
I'd like to move Exhibit 84.
did you say 50% or 60?
50%.
I'd like to move Exhibit 84 into evidence and publish it to the jury.
No.
Received.
I guess the big unknown there is like, what would have happened if Rosenbaum caught him? He was on him. That's a good question. Question they're going to have to ask the jury. What do you think would have happened? What was the intent? Rosenbaum takes the gun away, then what?
like to ask for State's Exhibit 85. And Mr. Armstrong, what is this?
This is another clarified and enlarged video showing from approximately the 15-second mark until where the camera turns away from the area of interest.
And is it true and accurate copy of the video that you produced for this exhibit?
It appears to be so.
I'd like to move Exhibit 85 into evidence and publish it to the jury.
Objection. Proceed.
What's up, Tyler?
Exhibit 86, please. Well, that's being pulled up.
Oh.
Mr. Armstrong, there was no sound in it.
AMD getting
I
smashed.
did not observe any sound with these videos, no.
And if I could just direct your attention to number 86, do you recognize that?
Yes, that's same as the previous file. The only difference being, again, is that it is slowed down by 50%.
I wouldn't even say that AMD's support level is 141.
Exhibit 86 into evidence and play it for the jury.
Proceed.
It gapped up so high, it's hard to even say that it could find support level there. But also, why is it falling so hard? Everything's just getting smashed today. All the smashes.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Good morning. The exhibits we've just shown the jury 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, and 86. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you began working on putting them together on Friday.
I began working on them on Sunday.
Okay. When did the crime lab receive them?
The crime lab received that as a submittal on Sunday.
Okay. And who submitted them to you?
It was ADA Jim Cross.
Okay. And you're familiar with the fact that we didn't receive these videos until Friday of last week?
I was informed that that was the circumstance, yes.
Okay. And when you do this, you're not adding color, correct?
That is correct. I'm not adding color.
You're not adding pixels.
With regards to enlargement, there is interpolation, and so pixels are added to that.
Okay. How is the color's not changed?
Color is not changed.
So if you blow something up 10%, what does that do for the pixel number?
The pixels will increase by interpolation of that area.
Okay. And what was the resolution of the source video for 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, and is it 86?
I would need to refer to my notes in order to be able to confirm that.
Please do, sir.
Resolution for that file, it was 1920 by 844.
And in layman's terms, what is that?
That's 1,920 pixels by 844 pixels.
Okay. And that's kind of tells you the clarity. The more pixels, the clearer it is.
The more pixels, the higher resolution. There's more information present.
Okay. And if you have to look at your notes, that's fine. Videos are done at certain speeds, so certain videos, whether it's a phone or whether it's a camera, they do it by frames per second.
That is correct.
The more frames per second, the clearer it is.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. This one, how many frames per second, sir?
This video is 30 frames per second.
Mm.
So every 1
Bears
second,
do
30
win.
different
Bears win
frames.
pretty often,
And you can use how many
especially on the
frames
intraday
right
level.
to time certain things, correct?
You can, yes.
Okay. You can use different videos if you can find a common event, such as a sound, to sync up videos to tell a whole story, correct?
That would be starting to move outside my area of expertise with that.
Okay. But you're familiar that it can be done, correct?
I'm familiar that it could be done.
Okay. And what is that called, if you know?
I do not know.
Okay. And you can take different videos from different sources, linking them through a common event, sometimes sound, put them together for a whole compilation.
With regards to audio, that's outside the scope of my expertise.
Okay. And you can also do it from events on the video if they have a common event, not audio, but a common event.
It depends on the video in question.
Okay. And
Adios, buddy.
in this case, when you put the marks person of interest, who told you to do that?
That was provided by the requester, ADA Jim Cross.
Because you don't know anything about these videos when you get them or anything about the case. You're just told, we think this person's important, we want them followed.
That is correct.
Okay. And in your case, I think you used yellow arrows.
I did, yes.
Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
You may step down, sir.
See how Dr. Kelly did see him?
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You may be seated.
Doctor, could you please state your name and spell them for the benefit of the court reporter?
All right, well,
Kelly,
get off that for the moment. I'm going to get ready to go over there and clean up Megan's a little bit. I'll leave this up. Let's see. Is there anything else we could put on while I'm gone? Kind of a little bit of entertainment. Anything here? Put on some music. Look at Nicola pushing.
Now, is it fair to say that homicide cases are not like other cases?
Guess.
In some ways, they're not. Okay. Is it fair to say you tried to explain the process to Mr. Bryan as best you could?
The process of what?
Of your investigation, what you were doing?
Perhaps.
Well, interested in what's going on here. Besides the market explosion.
Mr. Bryan at this time, am I correct?
I don't recall. I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
The consent that Mr. Bryan gave you was for the consent form. Now, if Mr. Bryan, in your presence, had admitted to the commission of a major felony, would you not have felt obligated to Mirandize him at that time?
You can't have grapes.
Yes.
Okay, because at that time,
nope.
Had he said something like that, had you or he understood it that way, he might not have been free to leave.
Objection to speculation, Judge.
Not speculation, it's fact.
Restate the question?
I'll restate it. If you had understood, or Mr. Bryan appeared to you to believe that he had admitted to a major felony, at that point you would have been obligated in your training to Mirandize him.
Yes.
Because at that point questions might have arisen as to whether he was free to leave.
Yes.
And you certainly wouldn't want to mess up your first murder investigation by failing to Mirandize a subject or a target of your investigation. Sir, at the time that this case was transferred from the Glenn County Police Department to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Mr. Bryan was still considered by your agency, well after the date of this interview, a witness in this case.
Yes.
Okay. And that's memorialized in the report that your agency provided to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that among the words that didn't come up in this interview besides citizen arrest was false imprisonment?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Among the legal terms that did not come up in this interview, in addition to citizen arrest, the phrase false imprisonment never came up in this interview.
No.
Because that wasn't your focus.
No.
And that wasn't what you heard.
No.
And I believe you reassured Mr. Bryan that your agency is required to investigate any homicide, regardless of justification.
Maybe. I don't remember for sure.
Okay. It's been a long time since you'd conducted this investigation. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Directing your attention to the bottom third of page 2.
Okay, yes.
So basically, you assured Mr. Bryan that you were required to investigate any homicide, no matter what evidence there was of justification. That's your duty.
Yes.
And that's in fact what you were doing.
Yes.
In that context, that you're talking to a witness in this case, you didn't ask Roddy Bryan how far he got in school.
No.
You didn't ask Roddy Bryan if he had, for example, any learning disabilities.
No.
Okay. You didn't even ask him if he could read and write the English language, although that was presumed from the execution of the consent form. Okay. Now, there's been some discussion in this case of maps, and I'm not going to show you all of the maps, but I'm going to ask you if you recognize this document, which I believe is already in it. One moment.
If we're looking at numbering, let's get together and figure out what the numbering is so it can be clear.
Oh man, I'm gonna edit some clips while we're freaking sitting here. And we're back.
as if trying to avoid a confrontation. I was surprised to hear the defendant admit in his testimony, on direct, by his attorney, that yes, I did tell that person that I had pointed the gun at them. He explained then that he was joking when he said that. The jury can evaluate that. It goes to his credibility. It goes to whether or not he's telling the truth. It goes to his decision making. That is, again, this is an incident that occurred that night, so it's not something that happened separate in time. It presumably happened a few minutes before. But like I said, I was taken aback by the defendant admitting that he had said to this person, yes, I pointed a gun at you. And I think it's fair to say that watching that video, that person, believes strongly that this happened. The defendant is telling him it happened. Now the defendant today is giving us a different version and saying, oh, I made it, I was joking, I was just kidding that guy or whatever. I'd like to probe that. I'd like to probe what he said to that person. I'd like to probe what his motivations were, etc. I'd like to probe whether, in fact, he really did do that. And I think that that changes the equation with regard to the CDS video that was the subject of the other acts motion. Because in my mind, it is very similar. And I know we've disagreed on that, and I'm not going to belabor the point, Your Honor, but that was where I was coming from, was there's been a change in the testimony of the defendant today that I think makes that evidence. It's admissible and much more relevant than it already was, and I thought it was already relevant. The court is. I do want to be clear.
So I'm just here on the sidelines, just to.
Well, you.
Yeah, I had made a ruling that the evidence wasn't coming in, and you decided that it was.
If I could just respond to that briefly, Your Honor, I was about to say, I did not interpret your ruling as an absolute. We've had 3 state motions in there. There was one in which we asked the court to introduce evidence that the defendant was at Pudgy's bar with the Proud Boys, and you were clear that is not coming in. There was.
Don't get into other subjects. Come on, what you're telling me, you're an experienced trial attorney, and you're telling me that when the judge says, I'm excluding this, you just take it upon yourself to put it in because you think that you found a way around it? Come on.
If I may finish, Your Honor, I was about to say that your ruling on our 3 motions and other acts motions was there were some gradations there. That you were clear that some things were absolutely out, and then you left the door open on other things. So I saw that distinction, and I thought to myself, clearly I know this is out, but you left the door open on other things. So I didn't interpret your ruling as this is absolutely never coming in, and I have practiced before you, Your Honor. I have filed other acts motions before you. Your practice oftentimes is to reserve ruling on those until you see the evidence. And I think you even said something to that effect at our motion.
I undoubtedly did.
So I thought this is my good faith explanation to you, and if you want to yell at me, you can. My good faith feeling this morning after watching that testimony was you had left the door open a little bit, now we had something new, and I was going to probe it.
I don't believe you. There better not be another incident. I'll take the motion under advisement. And you can respond. When you say that you were acting in good faith, I don't believe that, okay? Let's proceed. Everybody in good faith. All right. Would you come up, please, Mr. Rittenhouse?
I do have.
Yeah.
Your Honor?
Yeah.
I do have another item that I want to raise before the jury comes in and raise it with you. There was another acts motion with regard to the defendant being at Pudgy's bar after a court appearance in January in which he poses for selfies wearing a shirt that says free as fuck. I would like to ask the defendant if he posed for selfies after a court appearance with members of the public.
Wow. That's great.
To talk about who those people were, what groups they were affiliated with, or anything along those lines. But I believe that it is relevant when the defendant goes to a bar after a court appearance and poses for selfies wearing a shirt like that. I think it is relevant to some of the issues that have come up in this case. For example, is remorse or lack of remorse, is utter disregard for human life. Those are things that I think it comes into play because I think that behavior is not consistent with someone who has a regard for human life. The jury has already watched him break down on the stand with emotion. I'd like to probe how heartfelt and sincere these emotions are when you go to a bar and you pose for selfies with people, when you're out on bond in a first-degree intentional homicide trial wearing a free as fuck shirt. So, as I said, I want to use the photograph. I'm not going to talk about any of the people or who they were from. In fact, the photograph I'm going to use has actually got their faces blocked out, so we won't see any of the people in the crowd. We'll just see the defendant standing with a group of people for a selfie with that shirt on. That's as far as I want to go.
Handle this issue. Nobody got an opportunity. First of all, you've made a ruling on it, and it was clear prior to him testifying. So part of this is, would we have raised it? Would we have brought it up if we would have known that it was going to be coming in? We have done there's been nothing to open this door, Judge. Nothing that has been said to open the door about what happened 4 months after this.
Oh.
Is relevant in any way to what
Well
happened
done.
that evening. That is part of what the court had ruled. You had said 4 months after. I don't see how that goes to any 90404 type of admissible evidence. So my argument is, A, you ruled on it previous to him testifying. You confirmed your ruling, which you had made previously, where Mr. Binger just said you had shut the door on it. So apparently he doesn't believe a door that is shut should stay shut. However, now he's asking that something be admitted that, to be fair, this should have been brought up sooner. This jury, I did the voir dire, I would have voir dired on an issue of whether or not they heard it, saw it, were aware of it, how they felt about it, whether it had an impact on their ability to be fair in the case. We never went there because of your prior ruling. So there's nothing that's opened this door, and I don't think it's relevant, something that happened 4 months
Wow.
ago. Indifference to human life, that's that night, not 4 months later.
Okay.
There's nothing that's relevant about that. You've already made your ruling. I ask that you stand.
I'm struggling with why it would be relevant to any of the issues in this case. If he were on trial for using exquisitely bad judgment, if he were on trial for behaving in a very offensive way, then I could see the purpose. But an incident that occurred 4 months after the incidents in question, I don't see how that jury can work with that in reaching any conclusions about the issues in this case.
First of all, Your Honor, we have introduced evidence that the defendant had a slogan on his TikTok page, "Bro, I'm just trying to be famous." This case has made him famous, and he's posing for selfies as a result.
Yikes.
One of our theories of this case is that his behavior that night was intended to gain attention, to be famous, and he's reaped the benefits of that. Second of all, he is on trial, in my opinion, for exquisitely poor decision-making. Taking a gun that he's not legally entitled to have, coming down in violation of the curfew, running around the community with that gun, trying to be a police officer when he's not, confronting protesters that he knows are hostile, and all of those behaviors, I think, are exquisitely bad judgment. So the jury can make that decision. The jury can give what weight they want to this evidence, but it's moments after he has a court appearance here. He's out on bond in this case when he decides to do this behavior, and nobody made him do it. Nobody forced him to go to the bar. Nobody forced him to wear the shirt. Nobody forced him to pose for selfies. It's his own decision making.
When I made reference to exquisitely poor judgment, I was talking about at the incident when he was wearing the shirt. Because everybody in all of humanity, at one time or another, displays bad judgment, sometimes exquisitely bad judgment, and we don't let it into people's trials on unrelated matters. So I wasn't referring to his having had good or bad judgment on the day in question. That's a legitimate inquiry, and you're being allowed to present a lot of evidence on that subject. And the jury is going to be instructed on, in some of the element of some of the crimes that are charged here is going to deal with the caliber of his judgment. But you're talking about an incident that occurred 4 months later. So I'm not seeing it, and I don't want to waste any more time with it. I don't think that, I've ruled before, it's not admissible, and I have heard nothing to change my mind about that.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose, Your Honor. I'm sorry. It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose than it is today. The court was ruled that it can't be admitted for the prior purpose, but I'm seeking to introduce it for a different purpose today.
And that request is denied.
Thank you.
Okay? Are we ready to go?
They got denied that one. Interesting. Very interesting. Loose it down 10%. Oh my God. Oh, there you have it, folks. The mash. There's a smash and grab on the stock market for sure. Unreal. Speaking of smash and grab, I need to go put some stuff in the dryer.
Good afternoon, folks. And
This guy back.
I've sustained the objection to the last, so let's proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Good afternoon.
You testified earlier that there were times that evening when Mr. Rosenbaum had threatened you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described him as wearing a red shirt with a blue bandana. Is that correct?
At certain times.
Yeah. When he threatened you, that's what he was wearing?
I believe the first time he threatened me, he was wearing a red shirt with the blue bandana. The second time, he had it wrapped around his face.
Had what wrapped around his face?
His t-shirt.
So he wasn't wearing a shirt the second time around?
Correct.
And you indicated at one point you thought he had a chain in his hand?
I believe so.
When he made the threat to you with the red shirt on and the blue bandana, did he have the chain in his hand?
I think one of the times he did.
Okay, so which of the times was it?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I think it was the time when he was threatening to cut people's hearts out.
And I don't need to know the threat, I just need to know which time it was. Was it the first time or the second time?
Second time. The second time.
What was he wearing the second time?
He was masked. Well, the shirt wrapped around his face.
And he didn't have a shirt on his torso.
Correct.
And you could see when he didn't have a shirt on his torso that he didn't have any gun tucked in his waistband, correct?
I wasn't paying attention to that. I was behind Joanne Fiedler. I was somewhere over there.
So how far away were you from Mr. Rosenbaum when he made the second threat?
By 10, 15 feet. I'm not really certain.
But you were close enough to hear the words out of his mouth.
Yes.
And you took that as a threat to you personally?
I took the first one where he said, if I catch you alone, I'm going to kill you. I took that as a threat to me personally. The second time, I took that as a threat to the group.
Can we have that photo, Exhibit 138 up on the screen, please?
What up, Luke? Long time no see, man. I thought the COVID done got you, Luke. Thought the COVID done came over to Perth and napped ya.
He's in the middle of the picture wearing the red shirt with the blue bandana, carrying the plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
Is that
Oh, really?
how he looked when he made the first threat to you?
I haven't been watching it live. I've just been reading about it.
And he was carrying that.
It's interesting, isn't it?
With him when he made that threat too, correct?
Correct.
How close was he when he made that first threat to you?
Close. I couldn't give you an exact estimate, but he was
Dude,
close.
that judge,
So
this judge is like hard pass on everything you're trying to do here.
I'd say about the same, if not a little bit closer.
And you were next to Mr. Balch when that was said?
Correct.
Was anyone else there besides you, Mr. Balch, and Mr. Rosenbaum?
I believe there were other demonstrators around.
And you've seen in this trial that there's been a lot of video footage of that night, correct?
Yeah, no shit.
And you've seen in this trial that there's a lot of video footage of you that night, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that there's no video of either one of these threats, correct?
I don't know if somebody filmed it that I'm aware of right now.
You're not aware of any, are you?
I'm not.
So,
Right.
Mr. Rosenbaum,
There's a lot of video. There's not a lot of audio from any of that night.
the time of the second threat, is that right?
Yes.
And did you say he was carrying the chain when he made the first threat or the second one?
The second.
Okay. And he was still carrying that plastic bag the second time?
Yes.
That plastic bag has a clear side to it that allows you to see inside.
I didn't get, man. Look, Luke, this month has been rough, man. I actually went full margin in Robinhood, and I was up
Did he swing the chain at you when
like $40,000, and then I lost almost all of it, and then I margined up again and was back to like 30, and then I lost all of it last week, 100% of it. I chased Nvidia like a jackass, stupid. So right now I have negative money in the stock market. So, oh man, that's a good idea. I got into Upstart today, and then, you know, the market decided it was just going to smash into the ground.
aggressive to you, did he?
No.
He just said some words.
Yes.
And that chain that he had in his hand, he never did anything to physically threaten you with that chain, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And other than the chain that you've described, at no point in the evening did you ever see Joseph Rosenbaum with any other type of weapon, correct?
Not that I saw.
Never saw him with a gun?
Correct.
Never saw him with a knife?
Correct.
Never saw him with a bat?
Correct.
Never saw him with a club?
Correct.
How far apart in time were these two threats that you say Mr. Rosenbaum made to you?
I am very much stressed. I've been under a lot of depression too. It's been rough, man. It's been big ups and big downs, and I'm stuck in a spot now. I mean, I just have a lot looming over me, and I'm trying to just keep pushing forward. It's just been rough, man. Every day's been a struggle, buddy. Trying to figure out my next move, what it's gonna be. I don't know. I don't have an answer yet. I'm looking at maybe dabbling in this NFT space. I've been watching it.
The first threat happened right here at the.
And the graphic design and production stuff. I post a lot of content on this channel. So, you know, I want to focus on content, YouTube, and the stuff I love doing. And it's just, some days it's just tough. But been thankful that Megan's been here for the last few weeks, and she's really been a rock through all this. I don't understand NFTs. I mean, let me rephrase that. I don't understand why people buy them with no inherent value. But, you know, you can create an NFT that has inherent value to it, but most people aren't selling that. So I find that interesting.
Confronting you at the 63rd Street car source?
I took a mental picture of his face. When he said those threats, I recognized that was him that said that when he started chasing me.
So when you are,
I don't know where they're trying to go with this trial.
you're thinking to yourself, this is the guy who had made a threat to me earlier. Is that fair to say?
I was thinking this is the guy that said if he catches me alone, he'll kill me. As I'm running away from him.
The reason I asked Mr. Rittenhouse is, how did you know it was the same guy when he's changed the way he looks?
What?
His
Bro,
appearance,
humans.
his shorts, his height.
Humans 100% recognize humans.
He's got something covering his face, either the blue bandana in one instance or the red shirt in a different instance, correct?
He was wearing the red shirt when he chased me around his head.
So you remember that from the second time that you say he threatened you?
Yes.
And you thought to yourself, this is the same guy?
Yes.
Bro. Come on now.
So when you eventually were getting to the point where you're going down to the 63rd Street car source, right before the shooting, you recognized him as you're following down the street, didn't you?
I didn't follow Mr. Rosenbaum down the street.
He was in front of you. You know that now, right?
I know that now.
But you didn't see him ahead of you as you're walking down there that night?
No, it was dark out.
But you, at some point as you get close to the 63rd Street car source, start running towards that lot, right?
Towards the fire that in the Duramax.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is running ahead of you, isn't he?
I don't believe so.
But you decided you needed to run because of the fire on the Duramax?
Yes.
Why? What was so urgent?
It was a fire. Getting to the fire.
It was on fire? Right.
You indicated that while you were at the
What is going on?
59th Street car source, you said you put out
Yikes.
a fire at the church next door. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you hear Joanne Fiedler's testimony yesterday that when you guys went over there, somebody had put some sort of flammable liquid on the door? Did you hear that testimony?
I did. I believe that was referring to the Ruther Central High School.
Okay, so when she described it as happening at the church, you think that was, she was getting it confused?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So, whatever happened with this flammable liquid on the door, the point is some other group, some other people put that out before you even got there. Correct?
The other one's the TMF podcast.
Why did you feel that you should go around?
I just haven't posted on it much.
The 59th Street car source property and put out fires?
To make sure my community didn't get burnt down and help.
And when you say your community, you mean Kenosha?
Yes.
Again, you're from Antioch. You're not living in Kenosha at this time when this all happens, right?
My dad lives in Kenosha.
Lots of people live in Kenosha, but you didn't, right?
My residence was in Antioch.
Okay. But you felt like you wanted to do things to protect this community. Fair?
The community that I was part of, yes.
And you felt like it was appropriate for you to take matters into your own hands to put out fires, for example.
put out fires by using a fire extinguisher? Yes.
Even though they weren't on the 59th Street property, correct?
Correct.
And were there other things that you decided it would be appropriate for you to go out there and take care of off the 59th Street property that night?
I was walking around and asking people if they needed medical help.
So you felt that you wanted to go out and help people, help protect people, help people feel better, treat people, things like that, even off the 59th Street property.
Provide first aid.
Normally in our regular society, that's something that we call 911 for, right?
Normally, yes.
Where are we headed?
I think that the defendant's decisions to go off that property and involve himself in other matters are relevant, Your Honor.
Interesting.
And that's exactly how these shootings happen. So,
Well, that's what the trial is about.
which is why I
go
think
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Normally, we would, if there's a fire, if there's somebody committing a crime, you call 911, right?
Normally, yes.
You didn't feel like you could do that night, correct?
I don't think that I saw from the nights prior that the fire department wasn't responding to put out fires.
Well, the nights before, there were businesses on fire along 22nd Avenue. There's the car source, large-scale property fires on the prior nights, correct?
Yes.
On the night of August 25th, we didn't have any fires like that. We just had a couple dumpsters, smaller things, right?
That I saw, yes.
I didn't hear you, sir.
That I saw, yes.
But regardless of how big the fire is, you felt that night that calling 911 was not an option, correct?
I didn't feel that if I called 911, anyone would show up.
Which is why you decided to take care of it yourself, correct?
To provide first aid and put out fires.
To do the things that normally we would expect the police or the fire department to do, correct?
I get it, man.
To help people, yes.
Could you please move that microphone a little closer so we can make sure we hear everything you're saying? You can adjust it if you need to move it a little closer. Thank you.
Just a moment. How's the temperature? How many are comfortable the way things are? Okay, I won't even ask the other side. See you ice cubes, there's nothing to worry about there. It must be blowing differently here. Go ahead, Mr.
You came to Kenosha that night armed with the AR-15 and no other...
I don't think it's that. Well, yeah. No, it's not risky.
Correct?
I had an AR-15.
I don't think so.
Other than that, you had no other...
Because this entire case is going to be hinged on
devices that you could use
remorse
to defend yourself that night.
and justifying
There's an interview
mental
in which
state.
You say you're not carrying anything non-lethal. Do you recall that?
I do.
You indicated in response to one of your attorney's questions that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I understand you correctly?
By friction, you mean?
Well, I'm using your words, sir. I heard you say in response to your attorney's question.
I don't know where they're gonna what they would get him with.
friction with the protesters that night. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
I mean,
And you're describing what you observed when you were at the 59th Street car source. Fair enough?
all I'm seeing from what the prosecution has been trying to do is just rephrase the same thing to try to tongue twist him into saying something that contradicts the rest of the testimonies.
Things were fine. No tension, no friction,
So
no nothing. Fair to say?
the prosecution's problem is clear. They have no justification to say that this kid went there with the sole purpose to harm somebody with that gun.
22-minute and 14-second mark.
But there's nothing to slip up. The kid didn't go there trying to shoot people. He didn't shoot anybody who wasn't actively engaging him. That's their biggest problem right now, is that the guys were coming at him. He shot Gage. Gage went toward him and drew his pistol. That's why Gage got shot. I mean, the other dude, Rosenbaum, he was just chasing that dude down after whatever he did or didn't say. If he threatened him at any point in the night, we did see video even prior to the trial of him kind of like engaging him in a group of people in an aggressive manner. So yeah, you got a guy running you down that's bigger than you at night in this hostile situation, and you saw he didn't shoot him until he was like on him. So that's pretty crazy. And then who's the second guy that died? I don't exactly remember that.
Oh, dumpster fire. Just a dumpster fire. Hey, it's just like the year, man. Yeah, right. If 2020 was a blunt, it would be just a fucking stem. It would just be stem and seed, man. I could use a doobie right now. All right, let's.
Well, he got denied on that T-shirt. He got denied hard on that T-shirt.
Hey. Reel in. Don't cause problems when there's none here. Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property. Otherwise you're caught. There's way too many of them. I have to agree with her. I have to agree with her. Yeah, they shouldn't be on the street. Hey! They're just protecting their property. One of the guys is an asshole. Oh no! What we did, they lit it on fire. One of the guys losing his patience. He should go inside. Yeah, that's where we're about to send him. Yeah, if you guys could switch him out. Just somebody's a loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage. He says the wrong thing. This whole crowd burns you guys alive. Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just take.
Interesting. I think where they're really messing up here is they're trying to charge him with the wrong crime. I think that's ultimately where they're going to fuck up, because they need to get him with like manslaughter or something like that. Reckless endangerment with a weapon, something like that. It's going to be hard to get him with homicide.
Do you think that looks like friction?
A little bit.
And you witnessed that, didn't you?
I didn't witness what Mr. Collette did. I didn't see that.
But you saw the reaction from the crowd, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I wasn't really paying much attention to that.
Would you agree with me that it seems that the crowd was reacting to members of your group going out in the street and trying to interfere with what was going on off your property?
I don't think they were happy about it.
And in fact, Kriston Harris, who made this video, specifically told you to stay on your property and not go out on the street and try and put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. Just protect your property. Isn't that what he told you?
I believe so. I was just going to grab the garbage can, the dumpster that belonged to the car source that was on the car source property.
This is before you headed south towards the 63rd Street car source, right?
Yes.
This is before you decided to go down there with a fire extinguisher, correct?
Yes.
This is before you shot Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and at the person that was jumping over you, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that this was a crowd that would not react very favorably to you going out there and trying to put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. You knew that, didn't you?
I didn't.
Even after that incident, you still didn't have any idea that this is a crowd that's not going to take it very well.
It seems like they were more mad at the part of him screaming what he screamed after, not putting out the fire. That's what it seemed like to me.
And he screams to them, fuck around and find out, right?
That's what he screamed to them.
After they had just tried to light a dumpster on fire, right?
Yes.
So what did you interpret that to mean?
I don't know. I didn't witness in the time. I just grabbed the dumpster a minute after and tried to pull it onto the property.
Because it seems to me he's saying, you light stuff on fire and I'm going to use my gun. I'll withdraw the question.
And then withdraw.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it seems to you. You can ask your questions. That's fine. Go ahead.
It was shortly after that incident that we just watched where you were interviewed by Richie McGinnis, correct?
Yes.
And you said you've never heard of him, never dealt with him before this night?
I have not.
So why did you talk to him?
He seemed like a nice guy.
Did he introduce himself as from the media?
He didn't specifically said, hey, I'm from the media. He was like, hey, do you want to do an interview?
And when you heard him ask you to do an interview, you didn't think that meant he's from the media?
No, not what I said. I said he didn't specifically say he was from the media.
Okay, but you assumed when he says, I'm going to interview, that he's from the media, right?
Yes.
And did he tell you he's from the Daily Caller?
He did not.
So you didn't know what media company he worked for?
Yeah, makes sense.
Correct.
But you agreed to have him interview you on camera, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 16? That one up there?
You do it, obviously.
Well, I hope they can hear it because we can't hear that shit.
And what about these other folks? I just let people who are on the call.
And then what about these guys up on the roof? Gotcha.
In that video, you indicate that you have your AR-15 to protect yourself, correct?
Yes.
And
Yeah,
you indicate that
made
you're going to run out
circles.
there and treat anyone who needs medical help, correct?
Yes.
Were you going to bring the gun along when you did that?
Yes.
To defend yourself while you're treating someone?
If I needed to defend myself while treating somebody, yes.
If you didn't think there was friction with the crowd,
What?
and you're out there trying to help,
Doing?
why did you expect there'd be any danger?
Bro,
From the previous
you
nights.
looked
when I saw
around.
People being assaulted.
Look outside.
Medics being assaulted?
I don't know who they were. I know one of them was just trying to put out a fire at his business.
So you saw someone put out a fire,
Bro.
who was trying to put out a fire, who got assaulted.
Yes.
But if you're going to help people, why would you expect anyone would try and hurt you?
I don't know. Somebody did try to hurt me, and I was helping people.
Well, you're talking about later on.
Yes.
Okay, but at this moment in time, this is before the shootings.
Yes.
This is before you cross 60th, before you deal with Rosenbaum, Huber, Grosskreutz, all that, right?
Yes.
So at this moment in time, you don't think there's a hostile crowd. You're there to help people, and yet you're going to run out there with the AR-15. I don't understand why you felt that you were going to be in danger if you're out in what you think is a friendly crowd, helping them.
I didn't say I didn't think they were hostile. I didn't think they were hostile towards us.
Okay, so they're not hostile to you, and you're going to go help them. Why do you need the gun when you go out there?
I need the gun because if I had to protect myself because somebody attacked me.
Why would you think anybody would do that?
I don't know.
But you clearly planned on it. You were prepared for it. You thought it was going to happen.
No, I didn't.
That's the whole reason you brought the gun, isn't it?
I brought the gun to protect myself.
Exactly. Because you thought you personally were going to be in danger, right?
Not necessarily.
I don't understand. You said you're going to bring the gun to protect yourself.
What?
So you thought you were going to be in danger, right?
I didn't think I would be put into a situation where I would have to defend myself.
You said that the people around you on that property and the people up on the roof were there to protect you. That's what you said in the video, right?
Yes.
You meant when you go out in the crowd, they're going to protect you, right?
Watch over me, yes.
Watch over and protect you, right?
Yes.
Again, because you expected that if you go out in that crowd to try and provide medical service, you thought you were going to get attacked?
They were to watch me. They were on the roof to watch me, and if somebody was to attack me in their view, they could say, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
They've got AR-15s.
Yes.
We talked earlier about the fact that the AR-15, you can't use deadly force to protect the building, right?
Correct.
The AR-15 was to protect you, right? That's what you just said.
Not the AR-15. I said they could shout down to me and be like, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
So they're just carrying around the AR-15s for no reason?
I don't know why they're carrying around the AR-15s.
You can't speak to the justification of other people.
Can we play exhibit? This is the end. At the end of this video is where you invite Mr. McGinnis to follow you and Ryan Balch, correct?
Yes.
And you invited him to do that because you want, I think you said when your attorney was asking you questions, that you wanted him to film you while you were out in the crowd doing your thing. Fair?
Yeah, I said it was okay for him to film me.
Let's play exhibit 17, please. Just asked you, so you're a certified EMT, and you said yes, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie, correct?
I'm not an EMT.
You're not a certified EMT. You're not an EMT of any kind. You weren't on that night, correct?
Yes.
So you lied to him, correct?
I told him I was an EMT, but I wasn't.
And you knew you were being interviewed by someone in the media when you told that lie, didn't you?
Yes.
Please continue.
And you work as an EMT normally?
back up 10 seconds, please? And then just pause right there. We just heard a voice say something.
I hear you, dog.
About people throwing rocks or something along those lines. I don't really need to know exactly what they said, but did you hear that voice?
The police officer from the Bearcat, yes.
That's what I was going to ask. That's one of the law enforcement officers in that armored vehicle that you're walking past, correct?
Yes.
And this, what we're watching in this video happens a few minutes after those same Bearcats had come to the 59th Street property and handed you some bottles of water, correct?
Yes.
And they say to you something to the effect of, "We appreciate you guys." Do you remember that?
I do.
That's when you were on the 59th Street property and you were acting like you were guarding that property, correct?
Yes.
So how did it make you feel when the police are letting you pass the lines, they're warning you about people throwing rocks, they're handing out bottles of water, they're telling you that they appreciate you? How'd that make you feel?
I didn't really care. I was thankful for the water because I had OC stuff, gas in my eyes, but I didn't really notice or care.
It didn't make you feel like they approved of what you were doing?
No.
It didn't make you feel like you're emboldened now to go out there and act on their behalf?
No.
Let's play the video here, please. You yelled something friendly. I'm not sure how many times, but you yelled friendly out.
Yes.
This is, if I can use the pointer, you are crossing on the west side of Sheridan Road. You are crossing south across 60th Street here, heading across the police line, which had barricaded across 60th and Sheridan. Fair?
Yes.
You understood at this moment that you are now entering a crowd of whatever you want to call them, protesters, demonstrators. Your attorneys called them rioters or looters or whatever. That's who you're going to now be part of. You're going to be in that crowd, right?
I was walking through. I announced myself as friendly and that I was there to help them.
Because you had to do that to warn these people that, hey, I'm on your side, right?
I told them that I was friendly.
Because if you didn't say that, you were worried they would see you as hostile, correct?
Can you re-ask your question? I'm trying to
Absolutely.
understand.
If you're going to go up to Dominic Black or Ryan Balch, you don't need to tell them you're friendly because they know that you're friends, right? We don't tell this to our friends.
Yeah.
We say friendly to people that aren't our friends, people that might be hostile to us, right?
Yeah, I said it to them because they were throwing rocks at me, and when I told them I was friendly, they stopped throwing rocks at us.
And to be accurate, they were throwing at the Bearcats, not at you.
Yeah.
One of them hit one of the armored vehicles and bounced off towards you and Mr. Balch, right?
Yeah.
It didn't do any damage to that armored vehicle, did it?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, can you imagine trying to harm an armored vehicle with a rock? That's pretty hard to do, right?
Yeah.
But no one was throwing rocks at you, but you were kind of in the ricochet line of fire. It's fair to say?
Yeah.
So you wanted to let these people know that, hey, I might look like I'm on the other side, but I'm really friendly. Fair?
I wasn't on any side, but...
I didn't say that. I said that you might appear to them. I mean, that was what you were worried about, right? When you said friendly? And I notice you looking over at your attorney a lot. Can you... I'm trying to ask you. When you are doing...
He's looking directly at Mr. Binger, and I'm behind him. He accused Mr. Rittenhouse of looking at his attorney. Does he want him to look at the ceiling?
I'll continue, Your Honor. You, at this very moment, announced yourself as friendly because you were worried that the people on the other side of that street would see you as hostile. Fair?
I can't tell you how I think they would see me, but I just told them I was friendly.
And I want to make sure you understand my question, because I was asking you what you thought when you said this. You said you announced yourself as friendly because you thought to yourself at that very moment, I'm walking into a group that is hostile to me. Isn't that true?
It looked hostile. They were throwing rocks at the squad car, not the squad cars, the armored police cars.
And you felt it was necessary to tell them friendly, 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 so that they wouldn't do anything to you. Fair?
Yes.
Let's continue the video. There's a person that comes up to you carrying a skateboard. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's got some fire extinguishers slung over his shoulder?
Yes.
And he says something to you about something putting out fires, and you respond, they know. Did I understand what you said correctly there? They know?
That's what I just heard, but I don't remember that interaction very well, other than helping the guy after with the shoulder.
And that's going to come up in a second here, but when you're talking to this individual about the fire extinguishers, do you remember anything about that conversation?
It's hard to recall, but I think it was about fires, that they were putting out fires.
Okay. And when you said they know, who's they?
I don't recall.
Do you have any idea what you were talking about?
I don't.
It seems to me, Mr. Rittenhouse, that this person is suggesting he's going to go put out some fires, and you're sort of assuring him that you don't need to, it's okay. Would that be a fair interpretation or no?
No.
Okay. But you don't remember what was going on?
I don't remember the conversation, what was about, other than fires, and I don't recall it.
This is one of the guys in the group that you later got your fire extinguisher from, right?
No.
Okay. We'll get to that in a second. Let's continue. Brian, can you continue?
Never heard nobody. Still spicy, that's all. Someone's got to have a weed, I'll tell you that.
You're walking around asking people what's going on. And you talked earlier about treating a couple, I don't know, somebody at the 59th Street car source, right?
Minor injuries.
Minor injuries. When you were walking around outside that property, when you're out in the street announcing what you're announcing, did anybody respond and say, yeah, I need help from you?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall an exact time, but somebody cut their finger open and I gave them some gauze and some bandage tape.
Was that before or after this? Do you remember?
Before.
Where physically did that happen?
I don't recall.
And was this a situation where you announced or yelled out that you could help, and then somebody said, "Yeah, I need some help"? Was that what went on in that situation?
Yes.
As you're walking along here, from this point until the end, till you shoot Rosenbaum and Huber and Grosskreutz, no one in this crowd ever says to you, "Yeah, I do need medical. Come over and help me." Correct?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue. This is the individual who accuses you of pointing your gun at them, right?
Yes.
And he says that you did so when he was on a vehicle, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he had been at the 59th Street Car Source location, climbing on, sitting on, jumping on one of the vehicles in that lot, hadn't he?
Not that I'm aware of. I know
And-
I heard Joanne Fiedler testify to that, but I don't remember seeing him at that location.
But he accuses you of that here.
He does.
And you tell him, basically, yeah, I did point the gun at you, right?
I shrugged it off and said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, meaning I didn't, but I just didn't want a confrontation, so I was like, I did, and walked away.
Why did you lie to him?
I didn't lie to him. I was using sarcasm.
The words you said, yeah, I did, those weren't true, were they?
We're now fighting over sarcasm. This is a murder trial.
Sarcasm, it's a lie. And time to examine. Go ahead.
When you told that individual, yeah, I did point a gun at you, that wasn't true, was it?
I didn't point a gun at him.
So why did you react to him that way in that particular moment?
I thought that would be the best way to avoid conflict. I just said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
What conflict were you trying to avoid?
Any conflict, if he would have got, like, he was accusing me of something I didn't do, so I thought the best thing the best thing to do would be to walk away instead of getting into some argument. So,
but you didn't just walk away. You said to him sarcastically, yeah, I did.
I said sarcastically, I did, and walked away.
Because you were worried about a conflict. What conflict were you worried about?
A verbal argument.
This individual is clearly expressing to you that he's unhappy because he thought you pointed your gun at him, correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why someone would be upset when you point an AR-15 at them, correct?
Yes.
You knew that even before this, right?
Yes.
In fact, back at the 59th Street Car Source, that crowd that you've described as not having any friction, many in that crowd got upset because they thought people in your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that?
I saw it in the videos, but I don't know what other people were doing.
I'm not saying anybody actually was. I'm saying the crowd was upset, and you knew that. You heard them complaining, correct?
Watching the videos, yes.
And even at that time, that night, you heard the crowd upset because they thought members of your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that from that night?
Sorta, yes or no. I remember Ryan Balch saying something like telling the people to stop pointing their lasers at people or something. I don't really remember that.
Ryan Balch was telling the people in your group to stop doing that.
The people on the roof
who were part of your group, right?
That were there, yes.
So you know when we're talking about laser pointers, we're talking about the sight at the end of some guns that helps almost like this, right? If somebody does this at me, you know, that could be someone pointing a gun, correct?
It could be seen as that.
And that's what the crowd was complaining about, right?
Yeah.
So you knew from that crowd incident, and you certainly knew from this incident, that when people have guns pointed at them, it can really escalate the situation, correct?
Yeah, I don't think anybody had lasers on their guns. I think.
Yeah, but let's go back to your group at 59th Street, because you actually didn't know any of those people other than Dominic and Nick Smith, right?
Yes.
You had just met Ryan Balch for the first time 3 or 4 hours before this video, right?
Yeah.
You had just met Jason Lakowski for the first time, just actually only a few minutes before this, right? Because he didn't get in until 10:45.
Correct.
So at this point in the video, I don't know, this is probably about 11:30 or so at night.
I met him about 35 minutes prior to that.
And probably had only spent, what, 10, 15 minutes at all in the same location as Jason Lukowski before you walk south?
Yes.
So, again, Jason Lukowski was someone you'd never met before that night.
Correct.
And you barely spent any time with him that night. Correct?
Correct.
And of course, the people up on the roof, other than Dominic Black and Nick Smith, you didn't know any of them before that night either. Correct?
I knew Dominic Black and Nick Smith, but the people on
I misspoke their
yeah,
names.
sorry.
Dominic Black and Nick Smith.
I knew those are the two people I knew on the roof.
Other than that, you didn't know anyone else before this night. Fair?
Correct.
Now, when this little interaction that we've just watched happens, you're still walking with Ryan Balch, aren't you?
I'm not. I thought I was at the time, but seeing hindsight view, I'm not.
When you decided to cross 60th with Ryan Balch, you two talked about the fact that if you get separated, to go back to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that conversation happening.
But you tried to do that, didn't you?
I did.
Because you felt like if I'm out here by myself, that's not good. I need to head back, right?
Yes.
And you also talked to Ryan Balch about the fact that when you get out into this crowd, keep your mouth shut. Don't antagonize them. Didn't Ryan talk to you about that?
No, we didn't talk about that.
So at this very moment, you're telling us you've lost track of Ryan Balch.
A little bit ahead, but around that time, yes.
Let's continue the video. Pause. You have just walked off the screen, heading east across Sheridan Road to the Ultimate gas station, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you don't know where Ryan Balch is, correct?
When I stop and look around, yes.
And instead of deciding to head back at this point, you go over to Ultimate Gas and you talk to some folks over there. Fair?
I walk over to the Ultimate gas station. I walk around and I try to see if I can find Mr. Balch.
And you couldn't do that?
No.
So then you decided to approach the police line and cross back, correct?
Yes.
Because you decided your best course of action at that point would be to return to the same group that you'd been with, correct?
Yes.
Now, at that moment in time, the police had pushed everybody south of 60th, right?
Sorta. I don't really know if there were.
In say south. I said south of 60th. Let's go back a little bit. We watched that interview with Richie McGinnis where he first comes up to you and talks to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you're standing there at the 59th Street property, aren't you?
I am.
And he talks to you about what you're going to do, and you're going to run out and help people, things like that, right?
Yes.
At that point, the police had already passed with all the Bearcats and MRAPs and armored vehicles, right?
It's what it looks like, yes.
And they had established a line on 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Yes.
And they pushed all of the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, all of them south of 60th, correct?
I don't know if I can honestly answer all of them. I don't know. I believe there are some people still north down Sheridan and in the across the street.
So were there, I mean, we saw a crowd earlier of lots of protesters out in the street. That numbers had dwindled quite a bit.
Yes.
Okay. So after the police move everybody south of 60th, there's no more actual threat to the 59th Street car source, is there?
I don't know.
Well, at that moment in time, what imminent threats did you see to the 59th Street car source property?
I don't know.
Do you remember seeing any protesters out in the street in front of the 59th Street car source after the police pushed everybody south of 60th?
I believe there were some across the street, but not many. I can't recall completely.
And that was just 2 or 3 people, right?
I don't know how many people.
None of those people came across the street to the 59th Street car source, did they?
I don't know. If they did, I would have walked off by now.
So you didn't see them come across the street.
I did not.
Fair to say that after the police pushed everybody south of 60th, you never saw any people threatening that property, correct?
I didn't see anybody.
And your goal that night, you took it upon yourself to protect the 59th Street property, correct?
The owners asked.
Sure. But you were going to station yourself at that property to try and protect it from damage. Fair?
The car source locations, yes.
And once the police had pushed everybody south of that, there was no more danger.
At that car source location, yes.
Okay. So why not go home at that point?
Because the police were still pushing people back, and then they were backing up, and I was still helping people provide medical first aid.
Okay, so the police had established the line at 60th with their Bearcats at that point, right?
Yes.
And there was no indication that they were going to reverse and back up and move back north again that you saw, correct?
No, they did it earlier in the night where they did the same thing.
Right, but this is at 11:30, 11:40 at night, and they've established that, the police have established that line, and as far as you can tell, it's going to stay there, right?
I don't know.
And you talked about trying to provide medical help, but there's no one around that needs medical help at the 59th Street car source at that point, is there?
Not that I noticed.
So you don't have any purpose there anymore, do you?
Other than...
So why not go home?
Because I was going to help people with provide first aid and medical assistance.
But that wasn't the reason you were there that night. You were there that night to protect the 59th Street car source.
It was one of the reasons I was there. Part of my reasons of being there was to protect the car source properties and provide first aid and medical assistance.
So you went out in the crowd, like we see in this video, looking for anyone who needed your help.
If somebody asked if somebody said they need help, I would have helped them.
So why go with Ryan Balch?
Because you're safer and better in pairs when there's somebody else that's also with you.
So when you crossed 60th, you were worried about your safety?
A little bit.
Even though you think this is not a hostile crowd and you're there to help them, you were still worried about your safety. That's why you needed Balch to back you up, right?
I said I didn't think they were hostile towards me. I didn't say that they weren't a hostile crowd.
So let me rephrase my question. That's to take that into account. You didn't think this was a crowd that was hostile to you personally, and you thought you were going to help them, but yet you also felt you needed a backup, an armed former Army infantryman to protect you. Fair?
Yes.
And yet when he's gone and you can't find him, you don't immediately go back, right?
I looked for him for a second, and then I think max I looked for him for like 3 minutes, and then I tried to go back.
And when you couldn't get back straight across the police lines, did you decide to try and go around the police lines? For example, the Ultimate gas station is here at 60th and Sheridan. Why didn't you walk down the street here and go over this way and around?
I don't know.
Why didn't you go west over this way and go around?
I don't know. I guess it was very close in time that I was heading back, that I was turned down by the police before I got the phone call from Dominic Black. So I guess I didn't have time to really think like which ways I can go around.
You knew the layout of downtown Kenosha, right? Because you said you drove that area the whole time, right?
A little bit.
So you go over to the Ultimate gas station and you spend some time talking with folks that are there who are similarly dressed as you. They've got similar clothing, similar weapon, things like that, right?
Similar weapons. I wouldn't say similarly dressed.
But you went over there because you felt that those were people doing something similar to what you were doing that night.
I
Fair?
thought that would be the safest spot for me to go.
Why did you think you'd be safe with those people?
Because I was alone and they were, like I said, you're better in pairs. And I didn't want to be alone in that situation.
You didn't want to be alone out here with this crowd that we see on the screen right now.
I
Right?
did not want to be alone.
You wanted to be with the group at Ultimate Gas that had AR-15s like you, right?
I wanted to be back at the car source where there weren't people around.
Right, and we've talked about that, but initially you go to Ultimate Gas
To
and-
look for Ryan, yes.
but you also talk to people who have AR-15s just like you, right?
I wouldn't say I talked to them. I asked, after the phone call, I asked a guy for a fire extinguisher to come with me.
Let's play exhibit number 11 at the 54-minute and 30-second mark. This is the Corey Elijah live stream when he's in the Ultimate Gas lot. Mr. Rittenhouse, that's Ryan Balch
Yes.
standing there in the Ultimate Gas lot, correct?
Yes.
Let's play this video.
Fireworks down there.
We just saw you run through this video, correct?
Yes.
I started this video at the 54-minute and 30-second mark. It is now paused at the 54-minute and 56-second mark. So for 26 seconds, Corey Elijah has Ryan Balch on screen, center of this video during that entire time, right?
Yes.
And you run right past where Corey Elijah's standing, right?
Yes.
And Ryan Balch is loitering there in the middle of the screen for at least 26 seconds, right?
That's what it looks like on the screen.
And your testimony is you were trying your best to find Ryan Balch at the Ultimate Gas station at this point because you needed him to protect you?
I was looking for Ryan Balch, but I didn't notice him as I was running away, running towards car source 3.
But for 26 seconds before you start running, he's standing right there, isn't he?
Yes, and when he's standing right there, before I run with the fire extinguisher, I'm over here on the phone with Dominic Black.
How long was your phone call with Dominic Black?
About 30 seconds.
So before that, you'd been looking for Ryan Balch?
For that, I tried to get back to the car source lot number 1.
And you'd also been looking for Ryan Balch?
Seeing if I could see him in the crowd of people.
Because you wanted a partner, a buddy, to protect you.
To protect each other, yes.
And in fact, when you borrowed that fire extinguisher, you asked someone in that group to come along with you, right?
Yes.
Because you wanted someone there to protect you when you go down and put out what you think are some fires, right?
Yes.
Because you know that you're running into a crowd that is not friendly to you, right?
No.
That's why you had to say the word friendly, 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 because you knew this was a crowd that would not see you as friendly, correct?
I screamed friendly, friendly, friendly because somebody screamed burn inside.
I'm talking about when you crossed 60th. You yelled it then.
At that time, yes, but
And no one in the crowd is yelling burn inside or anything along those lines, are they?
not at that time.
And you also wanted someone from that group to come along with you when you're going to go down and put out a fire, because you knew full well that anyone running around like you putting fires out is going to cause a reaction in the crowd, a hostile reaction, correct?
I didn't think it would cause a negative reaction. I wanted somebody to come with me because you're better in pairs, and I thought there were other people at that car source before I got there.
Well, Dominic, if you're telling us that Dominic Black called you to run 3 blocks down the road to put out a fire at the 63rd Street car source, then you must have known at that moment that there wasn't anyone else down there, right? Why would you need to go if somebody's already down there?
Mr. Black said to me on the phone, hey, they're setting fires at the other car source. I need you to get down there, put out the fires. It must not have, I don't think it, I took it as there's not other people down there.
Why would you need to go 3 blocks down if there were already people there?
No.
He's asking a question. This witness doesn't know the answer, whether there are people there or not.
He's told us he thought there were. So I'm probing the basis of that and his understanding at the time. I'll repeat the question. Why would you need to run 3 blocks down to the 63rd car source if you thought there were already people there?
I thought there were people there, but Dominic asked me to go down there. I thought that was to help put out the fires that were down there.
This video that we're watching is minutes after you've left the 59th Street car source, right?
Yes.
And when you leave the 59th Street car source, you're with Ryan Balch.
Yes.
And then this reporter, Richie McGinnis.
Yes.
And as far as you know, when you leave 59th Street car source, everybody in your group is still back there, right?
At the car source.
At 59th Street car source.
Yes.
Everybody's still back there.
Yes.
Joanne Fiedler.
Yes.
Dustin Collette. Dominic Black. Nick Smith. Jason Lakowski. Anyone else. They're all still there, right?
At that location, yes.
So none of your group is already down at 63rd Street car source, right?
The other group that showed up after we got done taking the pictures with the, I think I said 2 or 3 vans, I believe they were still down there.
And that was 2 or 3 vans of people that came out with what have been described as melee weapons, right? Like bats and clubs and things like that. Do you recall that? First of all, do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you remember seeing those 2 or 3 vans come to that location?
I do.
Do you remember seeing people get out of those vans?
Yes, like I saw, I think there were 6 people, in total.
And you saw them with weapons?
I saw them with rifles. I don't think I remember melee weapons.
They were armed. Correct?
Yes.
And you believed that they were going to be the ones protecting the 63rd Street car source, correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time in the evening, had anybody told you that those folks had left the 63rd Street car source?
No.
So when you're running with this fire extinguisher, you think there's already a group that's designated to that spot that's still down there, right?
Yes.
So again, why do you feel that you needed to run 3 blocks down there with a fire extinguisher if you thought there were already people down there protecting that property?
Because Dominic called me and asked me to go help put out the fires down there.
And in that phone call, Dominic never told you that any of the members of the 59th Street group that you were part of, he never said any of them were down there at 63rd, right?
Yes.
And he never told you that the group that was supposed to be down there, he never told you anything about them, whether they were there or not there. He never mentioned that. Fair?
It didn't come up.
And you asked the people that you got the fire extinguisher from to come with you, right?
Yes.
You were looking for Ryan Balch for backup, right?
I was looking around for him, yes.
You had already tried to go back to the 59th Street location, right?
Yes.
And all of those failed.
Yes.
So then you decide to take it upon yourself to head down to 63rd Street to put out fires. Fair?
I wouldn't say that. I would say I went to go put out the fires that I was there to do. When I say protect the property, I mean by like put out fires. So I went to go put out the fires. I just believe there were people there.
And you brought your AR-15 along.
Yes.
Why?
Because it was with me already.
Yeah, but you'd taken it off earlier when you were treating someone. You gave it to Joanne Fiedler, right?
Yes.
So you know how to take it off, don't you?
Yes.
And you can make a choice on your own whether or not to go armed with it or whether to give it to the person who is the lawful owner of it on that date, Dominic Black. Correct?
I didn't take my rifle off there because there was nobody I could hand it to. And when I took it off to hand it to Joanne Fiedler, I was in a safe spot in that corner of the building where there were people protecting me at that time right there. When I went to go to the car source number 3 to put out the fires, there was nobody I could hand my rifle to that could protect me while I'm providing first aid to somebody.
But you still knew you had it.
My rifle, yes.
You still knew you had it strapped around your body.
Yes.
And you made a conscious decision to bring it along, right?
Yes.
Why? He gave an answer about how he already had it, and we go through on that. So,
Did you hear the question?
I did, but I don't really understand what.
Well, was it simply that, well, I've already got it strapped on, so I might as well bring it along? Is that what you're telling us? You decided to bring along the AR-15 because, well, I've already got it? Is that your answer?
I don't think I was thinking like, hey, I'm going to take my rifle off. I wouldn't have because there was people around that could have stolen my gun, and I didn't. I didn't take my rifle off because I was going there alone. I was going to be running there alone, and I didn't take it off because no one else was there to protect me as I was going there. So that's why I brought it.
For protection?
Yes.
You brought it along down there because you felt like you would need to protect yourself against someone else harming you. Correct?
If that would have happened, I would have protected myself, but I didn't think I was going to be attacked and ambushed.
But you just said you had it for protection. What were you expecting you would need protection from?
I thought we had covered much of this before.
I'm specifically focusing in on the time period where he is heading down to the 63rd Street car source. I have not asked him about this yet, Your Honor.
Well, go ahead, but you need to pick up the pace somewhat.
When you decided to bring your AR-15 loaded with 30 rounds down to the 63rd Street car source location, what did you think you needed protection against?
I didn't really think I was going to have to protect myself.
You told us just now you brought it along for protection.
I did, but I didn't think I was going to need to protect myself.
You brought it along for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection? I'm trying to clarify the two different answers that I think he just gave, Your Honor.
Well, go ahead.
Do you understand the question?
Not really.
I asked you why you brought the gun. You said you needed it for protection. I said, protection against what? You said you didn't think you needed protection. I'm confused. Can you help me understand why you're telling us you needed a gun for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection?
I brought the gun for my protection, but what I was saying is I didn't think I would have to use the gun and end up defending myself.
So you, in this video, are running.
Yes.
You run across the screen. Yes?
Yes.
And then I think you testified on direct that as you made it down the block, I don't remember exactly how you phrased it, but you stopped running and you walked for a little while. Is that right?
I jogged and walked occasionally.
Carrying the fire extinguisher and your gun.
Yes.
And you're alone at that point with no backup, right?
Yes.
And you testified that when you got down to the 63rd Street car source, you indicated that you came upon that vehicle we've been calling the Duramax. You know what vehicle I'm talking about?
I do.
And you indicated that when you got there, you walked around that vehicle and you saw a person that you now know to be Joshua Zeminski. Is that right?
I walked up to the Duramax. Yes.
You didn't know Joshua Zeminski's name at that point, correct?
No.
You hadn't taken any notice of him at all up until that moment, all night long. Fair?
Fair.
This is the first time that you see that this is a person that comes to your attention. Fair?
Yes.
And you said he had a gun in his hand.
Yes.
And you put the fire extinguisher down on the ground.
I dropped the fire extinguisher.
And then you hear or see Mr. Rosenbaum coming from behind you.
When I get to the Duramax, I step forward, and then Mr. Zeminski turns towards me, and he steps towards me. I drop the fire extinguisher, step back, and that's when I see. I go to run back towards 59th Street.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is coming.
And then that's when I notice Mr. Rosenbaum running at me, leaving me with no other, right? Mr. Zeminski in front of me with the gun. Mrs. Zeminski right there, a couple feet away, and then some other people there.
And then the chase happens. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Have you told us everything that you did when that situation just happened at the Duramax?
Yes.
Can we play the iPad, please? The iPad with the drone video. This is exhibit number 73. What are you guys going to do? Mr. Rittenhouse, this is a video that has been admitted into evidence as exhibit number 73. This is a video taken by a drone that was hovering south of 63rd at the time that you shot Mr. Rosenbaum. We're going to play the beginning of this video on the iPad, and I'm going to have Detective Howard use the pinch and zoom feature on the iPad to zoom in on the area.
And I'd like to be heard outside the presence of the jury.
What do you think? Time for a break, don't you think? Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. What's up?
Your Honor.
What, excuse me, what? I think they went upstairs, though. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I don't know what the state's going to do next, but I suspect that it's something along the lines of they're going to use the iPad, and Mr. Binger was talking about pinching the screen. iPads, which are made by Apple, have artificial intelligence in them that allow things to be viewed through 3 dimensions and logarithms. Logarithms, I don't understand it all either. And it uses artificial intelligence or their logarithms to create what they believe is happening. So this isn't actually enhanced video. This is Apple's iPad programming creating what it thinks is there, not what necessarily is there. And I don't know what's going to happen, but we had this video enhanced. We have testimony regarding it. And this is one of the topics that came up. I asked my expert. I said, do you know of anything that does something like that? Because that was when Detective Antaramian testified about pinching his telephone. And that's what I was told. And that's what I think this is going. And I don't think that it's appropriate. It's wrong.
Mr. Binger?
Your Honor, I think everybody in this room has a smartphone, whether it's an Apple iPhone or some other device. And I think we've all taken a photograph or a video at one point or another and used the pinch to zoom in feature. This is a common part of everyone's everyday life. In the olden days, you had a photograph and a magnifying glass, right? That doesn't change the photograph. When you use a magnifying glass to look at words on a paper or a photograph, the magnifying glass doesn't change the image. It doesn't change the pixels on the paper. It doesn't change the words in the book. All it does is make them easier to see. The pinch and zoom feature on the iPad or the iPhone or an Android phone, whatever device everyone in this room has, does that exact same thing. Now, if counsel has an expert who will say that this is unreliable or distorting the image or something along those lines, even though this is something everybody in this room has done with countless videos and photos throughout the last 10 years of our lives here, this is a fact. This is a feature of everyday life in America now with smartphones. If they want to have an expert come in and say it's unreliable and you can't believe what's on that screen, they can do that. We're still in their case. And then the jury can make a decision as to whether or not pinching and zooming on an iPad or an iPhone is tampering with the video or altering the image or unreliable or shouldn't be given any weight. So if they want to make a jury question out of this, they are free to do so. We're still in their case in chief. But I don't, frankly, understand or agree with anything counsel just said. I've used my phone. I think probably you have too. I think this is something within everyone's common knowledge to pinch and zoom on a screen. And that's what's going on here. It does not change the image in any way. It just makes it like a magnifying glass.
Well, I don't know. When I put the magnifying glass up, then it's enlarging the image. It is not altering the image. What he's saying, and I think, and I know less than anyone in the room here, I'm sure, about all this stuff, but I'm hearing him to say that they're actually artificially inserting pixels into there, which is altering the object which is being portrayed. And so, you know what, I myself, when confronted with these changes in technology, what I usually do is to admit the evidence, but make sure that the finder of fact is aware of the fact that it is not the original image and the method by which it's been enhanced. You're suggesting that I should make the defense bring in an expert for it. My thought would be that actually you're the one who's offering the exhibit, so you should be in a position to offer as to the fact that it is not distorting the object which is depicted.
I would submit, Your Honor, that I think it's common sense to everyone in this room that that's not what's going on here. And what counsel is saying about Apple software and logarithms and things like that is not something that people in this room are familiar with.
I thought I heard the experts say on the stand, and believe me, again, this is not something I'm familiar with, but I thought I heard the experts say that you brought down from the crime lab that in fact that there were alterations made by adding pixels. That's an alteration of the image. So I don't have any problem with it being received, but you're going to have someone testify that it's a reliable, I don't want to say mirror image, but because obviously if you insert more items into an area of space, it's going to distort what's depicted.
I think, Your Honor, when the pinch and zoom maneuver is used on the screen, it actually, it takes the high resolution that we see here and it brings it into the point where the pixels are actually spread out more.
You know what? I'm not going to accept as accurate what Richards is saying, and I'm not going to accept what you're telling me. I said if you can offer somebody who's knowledgeable in these areas the document or I think you should be allowed to use the image, but this is high risk. To me, if you insert more data into an area of space, well, you're wagging your head no. Tell me where I'm wrong.
There's no proof in this record that we're doing that, Your Honor.
I didn't say there was proof of it. I said you have the burden of proof. You're the proponent of the exhibit, and you need to tell me that it's reliable.
The exhibit's already in evidence, Your Honor.
That I know.
The enhanced exhibit is not in evidence.
This is not enhancing.
Well, then why show it? I mean, the reason you want to show it is because it enhances the image, right? No, one at a time.
I'll say what Mr. Krause is just saying. The defense has taken videos and photos and cropped them, zoomed in on them, on many exhibits in this trial. And this is, again, like I said, the magnifying glass is not changing the image. What the expert testified to about his software program was that he uses, I think he called it MFAR5 or something like that. It was a software program he was using to create the additional images or the exhibits that were introduced with regard to this drone video. And he talked about what that software program does. He was not talking about the common, ordinary, everyday pinch and zoom feature on the Apple. They're two different things, Your Honor, and I want to be precise about this because I don't think it's fair to equate the technical video editing software used by the crime lab with pinching and zooming on an iPhone. They're different software programs, different procedures, and I don't think it's fair to extrapolate this. Every one of those jurors is familiar with this process. This is a fundamental part of our lives nowadays. It's much like 100 years ago people used magnifying glasses. This is no different than that. And I think this is common knowledge, and I don't think I need any sort of expertise on this issue. If the defense wants to quibble with it, they have an expert who can offer testimony. But the exhibit's already in evidence. It would be no different than me putting up a photograph of it and then holding up an enlargement. I mean, we had a guy come in yesterday with Walgreens prints. I mean, this is what is done with photographs all the time. There's enlargements done in the lab. It doesn't change the pixels.
No. You know, I don't want to hear about what happened earlier in the trial that came in without objection. If you didn't object, then I didn't address it. Now, I'm not going to police this case, so everybody, anytime somebody wants to put some evidence in, I'm going to say, well, wait a minute, what about that? What about that? I have to have an objection. I get an objection, and then I rule on it. There has been no objection during this trial when either side has exploded an image or anything like that. If you'd have brought in an objection, if he'd have brought in an objection, I would have ruled on it. But to say now, well, this has already been done during the trial. I've got an objection in front of me now. He's suggesting that the amplifying the image is altering what is portrayed, the image which is portrayed, and you're giving me as a defense, it's no different from using a magnifying glass I don't believe that, because if I take, you know, the image is the same, and all it is doing is improving my poor old vision. Here you've got someone, to correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe the expert testified that he had inserted, or either him or the device inserted additional pixels into the image. That
different program.
Well, I don't know what kind of a. I don't care what kind of a program it is. The question is the image in its virginal state?
I care about what program it is, Your Honor, because these are technical issues. Mr. Richards has just made representations with no basis whatsoever. Absolutely. Mr. Richards has just made technical representations with no basis in this record whatsoever. He is questioning a common part of life that we use, everyone uses, every single day. The expert who testified was talking about a different software program, and it does make a difference.
I don't know.
Well, then it's going to be an issue.
You're the proponent. I said before, I'm not going to talk about it further. You're the proponent, and you need to assure me before I let the jury speculate on it, that it is a reliable method that does not distort what is depicted.
So
okay, so we're going to take a break.
I understood you correctly. We can play it now, and then we'll tie it up later.
I don't think that's what I said.
That's what I thought you said, son. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I did. If I said that, shame on me. I said that we're going to take a break right now. And I said, before I'm going to allow this to be amplified in the way that you want, it is going to have to be demonstrated to me that it's a reliable way to do it.
Then we would request an adjournment to do that now.
Well, we're not going to adjourn the case now to do that.
Well, before I am done with my cross-examination of this witness, I would like to use this video, and I will need some time to make arrangements for what you're asking. So I would ask that before I am, I would like time to do that before I'm done cross-examining this witness, because this is an important exhibit that I intend to use with
Well,
this
it
witness.
depends. Why don't you get on it right away, and maybe you can get somebody to testify on this within minutes. I don't know. So we'll take a break. Let's.
Operating system are they using on the iPad?
We can answer that question. Off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Well, okay.
He's getting drilled on an iPad right now.
For 320 on that clock, which is
Wow. Well, that was fun.
same for 320.